Sarah.
Juliet. Yes.
Julia, nice to meet you in person.
Yes, Juliet the woman.
Thanks for coming in tonight. So, you're all good?
Hey, Bobby.
What's that?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. No, actually, this is a rare occurrence. Of course I care. I hope that shows all that we've done here.
Okay. I'll put you some in here. Yes. I've never tried it either.
Could we get the meeting under control? All righty, it's October 1st, 2024. We are the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Nova, could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Drama?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Here we have a quorum. Chief Tomasi, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Ready, begin.
Thank you, Paul. Well done. So our first item under extraordinary business is a presentation on the Carmel Youth Center. Marcy, are you going to be doing this? Yes. Good. Welcome. Come forward.
Good afternoon. My name's Marcy Moe, and I'm on the executive committee for the Board of Directors for the Carmel Youth Center. And joining me today is Sherilyn Napoli, who is our executive director for the Carmel Youth Center. And we're here today for a very easy subject. We just wanted to give you an update on the progress that we've made at the Carmel Youth Center and to invite you to join us in celebrating that progress. We have a board that's made up of 11 members, a very active board with a diverse skill set. But all of us are committed to the mission of the Carmel Youth Center, which is to work with our youth to make sure that they have the skills that are needed to be the leaders of our community as they grow older. We are coming up on our 75th anniversary, and we have been working with youth over those years. We've served over 32,000 youth, and we've also recruited over 80,000 volunteers, primarily to serve in the two events that we work with the Pebble Beach Company on, which is the AT&T Pro-Am, and also the concourse. And that provides funding for the youth center because as we provide volunteers, they provide us with funding for those volunteers. Our vision is to meet youth where they are and to provide them with the support and the opportunity that they need in order to build independence and skills to transform their lives. But we do more than just provide services to the youth. We are a true community center. You can rent our facilities for events. We also perform blood drives. We are an employer in the area, and the Carmel Youth Center has served as a warming center. Over the years, when we first started, we were a recreation center. That requires a different type of licensing. But as times evolved and needs evolved, our services also evolved, which meant that we needed to have a different kind of license. So we now have that license for the after-school care. We also have the license to do preschool now, which is something more than we've ever had before. We've been working over the last couple of years to do a number of things. One of the things we wanted to do was to streamline and put some best practices in place in terms of funding, because as you know, we are a nonprofit organization. So we're out trying to drive donations. So we put some new things in place there. We also have been working on the facility. We put in a master plan for the building, and that plan has been approved by the City of Carmel. In order to get the license for childcare and preschool, we had to have the right resources on board. And so we hired Sherilyn, and she has those resources that are required by the state for that licensing. We've done some capital improvements to the building. And we've been working with we worked with the state, obviously, in order to get those licenses. And once we got the licenses, then we needed to hire other resources in order to care for the children. We opened the summer camps in June of this year, and then once the summer camps were finished, we opened the current after-school program. We also have been working on a 2-year strategic plan so that we can make sure we meet the business priorities of having the right programs in place for our children, having the right financials to sustain the organization, having the right facility management, and also nonprofit best practices, with the objective of having outcomes for the community and for our donors and for the children. And we have strategic initiatives for each of those 4 areas. I'm not going to go through all the detail here tonight, but I would invite you to come and take a tour of the Carmel Youth Center and to hear more about what we're doing and the progress that we've made. I mentioned we opened our summer camps. We had 7 summer camps, which Sherilyn is going to tell you a little bit more about, and we served 75 families and 85 children in those summer camps. And we also had job positions that we filled for those. Now we have the after-school enrichment programs, and we are serving children there and have job positions that for those programs. And we're working on opening the early learner program, which we're hoping to do in November or December of this year. I'm going to turn it over to Sherilyn to tell you a little bit more about the summer camps.
Like Marcy said, we officially opened in June for the summer camps. We had 7 weeks of summer camps. And I have to say, it was a success because we had 72 families, 85 kids, and on the short amount of time we had to advertise and prepare, I'd say that was pretty good. This year we did something a little different with the summer camp. I kind of started a focus on a summer camp where we were helping kids learn how to re-socialize and not on the phones. And so at first it was a little bumpy, you know, kids kind of like their phones, but by us providing a program that focused on team building, group chats, arts and crafts, sports, outdoor activities, the kids didn't miss the phone so much. The parents were very happy to have a camp where the kids did not spend their whole time on a screen or looking at TV, but they were playing games and they were really enjoying themselves. Some of the parents' feedback I received said that this summer camp really made a big impact on a lot of their kids this summer. I would like to take the time to read a couple of testimonies if you don't mind. I have one testimony. I can't read that, it's too tiny, so I'm gonna read it. A parent named Jason Lawn. My 11-year-old son, Beck, has been participating this summer in the newly reactivated Carmel Youth Center Summer Day Camp. This is the 3rd week of the summer camp. As a resident of Carmel and past participant in some Carmel Youth Summer Camps and school activities, we have been keenly interested in the development at the Carmel Youth Center, and we have been curious to see how the Carmel Youth Center will emerge, newly bolstered with proper certifications and new leadership. We couldn't be more pleased and excited. Our son Beck has been wonderfully supportive and confidence building experience this summer. As a kid who was struggling with self-confidence and been bullying at school and has been bullied at school in the past, Beck started out uncertain and quiet. In his several weeks at CYC, Beck has shown newfound self-assurance and has, with the active and ongoing support of Executive Director Cheryl Napoli and her staff, has stepped up as a mentor and a leader with his fellow campers. The nurturing and supportive environment Ms. Napoli has created, humbled and kindness and clear expectations and accountability is remarkable and accepted and appreciated. I want to call out that Cheryl Napoli is a fantastic asset to CYC, and I want to make sure that her strong positive impact and influence are recognized and acknowledged. She is kind and welcoming. She also holds all the campers to high standards and puts up with no nonsense. She expects accountability and kindness from them towards each other and works constantly to encourage support and coach them to be the best versions of themselves. And another parent who was on our scholarship, because we do offer scholarship, I am writing in behalf of my children's experience. At the first summer camp, from registration to applying for scholarships for both of my girls, to arriving on their first day of camp, we have been nothing but happy. Cheryl and her employees are always greeting us with a smile and welcome us with warmth. When I pick up my girls at the end of the day, they're smiling ear to ear, trying to tell me absolutely everything that happened that day. And I feel it's securely happy vibes and inclusiveness. Our experience at CYC is exactly what we needed for our family. That is transitioning financially and struggling emotionally. They have touched our hearts, and I will never stop talking about how wonderful this place is for my 5-year-old twins and every child that receives an opportunity to attend. The activities, art, themes, and follow through each day is well thought out, and I feel like my girls are learning just as much as they are having fun. I truly feel we are blessed, and I hope my girls can return for many years to come. With the love, the CYC. This is just a stepping stone. We want to continue for the next 75 years to provide this type of service. Like Marcia said, we are coming up on our 75th. And this place is a safe zone for many of the kids around here and in the surrounding areas in Carmel. Marcy?
Yeah. So just to finish up, we've been serving Carmel and this area and beyond, providing care for the residents' children, the neighbors, and the Carmel labor force, because Carmel is a service in economy, and there's a lot of people that come into Carmel at work here that need someplace for their kids to go, and the Carmel Youth Center is one of those places. This year, as we opened up mid-year, we are only expecting about 50% capacity. Next year, as we continue to gain the trust and to grow, we're planning to get up to 90%. And beyond that, we are hoping to expand the Carmel Youth Center to offer more services and go beyond where we were before we had to shut down and reopen. So that's all we have for you today. I just want to thank you very much for your time, for your support, and for celebrating with
And
us.
put the word out, we are open.
Marcy, Sherilyn, thank you so much for your presentation. Very well done.
Thank you.
Good news. Thank you. All right, why don't we then move on to public appearances. There's an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. 3-minute limitation on the testimony. State your name for the record. I'd appreciate it. Anybody wishing to speak tonight? Don't hesitate to come forward.
The school.
Mayor Potter, councilpersons, Administrator Rarig, City Attorney Perrick, and other attendees. I've noticed that Carmel resident Chuck Najarian has been vocal about the CEQA process at recent council meetings. Recently, he expressed his concerns in a letter about the fiber optic cable installation, but his arguments are relevant to any project. He also emphasizes that in a town that spans just 1 square mile, it's crucial to consider the CEQA concept of cumulative impact of multiple projects rather than evaluating each one in isolation.
Dale, this is the agendized item tonight.
No, this isn't
Sure.
about that item. But I'm happy to do it later if you like. Would you like to do that?
Well, I mean, it depends if it's redundant. You're the one that's speaking. Do you think it's relevant?
I can do that later. Okay. Would you like that?
It's up to you. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get your testimony over with.
I'll do it later.
Okay, fine.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
High school.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Jackson, and I'm from the Carmel High School Mock Trial. I'm the president of the Carmel High School Mock Trial team. Here with me today, I have the treasurer and secretary of the team as well. The Carmel High School Mock Trial team is the oldest and most successful academic team at Carmel High School. Since our founding in 2005, we've competed in numerous state, national, and international tournaments. We teach kids about the American legal system, build public speaking and critical thinking skills. We present roles as attorneys and witnesses, construct cases, prepare arguments, and we present our cases in real courtrooms in front of real judges. The support we received from the Carmel City Council in the past has played an instrumental role in our success. Thanks to your generosity, we were able to participate in distinguished tournaments last year, where we placed 7th and 2nd in international competitions. In addition, we brought home 3 team member awards. This year, we are excited to participate in these same international competitions, one being held online and the other in Chicago, Illinois. We began preparing for the competitions over the summer and have dedicated countless hours to practice sessions and scrimmages. We will continue our work well through the academic year. Of course, these competitions come with significant expenses. In order to participate in these competitions, we are currently fundraising to cover entry fees, room and board, and transportation expenses. We need to raise $10,000 in order to make these competitions accessible to all of our team members. We've engaged local businesses and organizations to help with this endeavor, and this is what brings us before you this afternoon. These competitions allow us to bond as a team and represent Carmel at these prestigious events. It gives us the opportunity to build closer friendships, learn from each other, and experience moments that bring us closer as a team. It's those moments, the late night study sessions, the shared excitement after a great trial, and the joy of team dinners. It's those moments that become some of the most cherished memories of our high school years. Our goal is to ensure that every student on our team has a chance to participate, regardless of financial circumstances. Your support will help us make these trips accessible to all of our members. Your generosity in the past has made a significant impact on our program and the experiences of countless students. Because of your contributions, we've been able to pursue our passion for mock trial, develop essential skills, and create lasting team memories together. We would greatly appreciate any support you can provide us with to help us reach our fundraising goals this year. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Julia, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Wait, Julia, I have a quick question.
Of course.
So if any of the citizens of the town that are, watching this, the thousands, as Chip says, that watch this, millions, the people that watch it, how, if a citizen wanted to contribute or participate in a donation, how could they do that?
Yes, donations can be made out to the Carmel High School Associated Student Body with mock trial on the memo line. They can make out a check and send it to the Carmel High School P.O. box or just drop it off at the school.
Can you put that in on our Friday letters?
We can. You'll put in the Friday letter. Thank you. And if one comment for the rest of the council. So the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem spoke with Ms. Jackson, and I spoke with Ms. Jackson a couple weeks ago, and I'm still expecting your love letter asking it, please, Ms. Jackson. And we'll get it on a future council agenda for their consideration. So council, as Ms. Jackson said, we've been very generous in the past. You've been very generous in the past. So as soon as we get that letter, we'll put it on a future agenda for your consideration and appropriation.
Okay, I believe I dropped off a letter to Bobby Richards, but I'm happy to drop off another one if you would like.
So it went to Mr. Richards.
You gotta throw. I try to help you out. You throw me under the bus like that.
I can drop off another one if you'd like.
I'll check his mailbox. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so
And
much.
congratulations on all your guys' success. It's
Thank you,
amazing.
thank you.
And I did watch it on TV. It's on at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yes.
on
Yeah,
the
they
Monterey
televised
channel.
it. I
Yeah.
heard, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Are there others wishing to speak tonight?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, fellow residents and voters. The agenda for the last council meeting on September 10 was to include a staff presentation for an overview of the proposed address system, implementation plan, community engagement, legal presentation on addresses, etc. At the beginning of the meeting, the council, well, how shall I phrase this? The council decided to vote to not hear the presentation and did that, skipping all the important stuff and going to the part about different types of public voting. Despite a 2-year history of public discussion in this room about addresses, many have complained about the process and clamored for a public vote. Last month's tactical vote here in this room actually was a deliberate maneuver to prevent the public from hearing a report that effectively points out all the reasons we need addresses. And not everybody's going to go to the website and read the report. It's basically an inescapable conclusion. I asked the council to reschedule a presentation of that report as soon as possible. The city clearly needs addresses, and we need them now, and there's no justification for further delay. Thank you.
Could we get your name for the record, please?
Pardon?
Could we get your name for the record?
Kevin Roos,
Thank you, Kevin.
Santa Fe and First.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Hello, my name is Juliet Norman, and I'm the current ASB president at Carmel High School. I'm here today to update you and the community on activities and events happening at Carmel High School. We have a redesigned CHS website where you can go to the calendar to find events happening at CHS at carmelunified.org. We also have fall sports, which are mid-season right now, with many teams already qualifying for CCS playoffs. The CHS Drama Department is presenting Radium Girls, showing Thursday through Saturday this week. Radium Girls is a play based on the true stories of the working conditions of young women in radium factories in the 1920s. We have October break next week, and when we return, we will have homecoming with the parade beginning at 2:30 on Friday through Carmel-by-the-Sea, October 18th. Groups participating in the homecoming parade, such as classes, fall teams, and clubs, are still looking for sponsors. Businesses can contact Kata and Nia at the Chamber of Commerce to help get matched with a group. Sponsorships can range from $150 to $350, with $150 per club, $250 per fall sport, and $350 for classes. Money goes to support these groups and the classes' expenses for their golf cart building. The homecoming game is on Friday night at MPC, October 18th, and the homecoming dance is the following day at CHS. We currently have 45 plus clubs at CHS, and more are being formed as students explore their interests. To get a better idea of all that is going on at CHS, you can find the daily bulletin on our website under Student Life and follow our ASB on Instagram at PadreBobCHS. Thank you.
Juliet, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Good to hear what's going on at the school.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify?
Hi, Sarah Hines. I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for the continued partnership between Carmel-by-the-Sea and Carmel Unified School District. I'd like to remind this wonderful community that we live in that we are currently sitting in the second largest school district geographically speaking. I tell you this because the 600 square miles, which covers all of Carmel Unified, goes all the way down to Big Sur, all the way out to Kashawa, and includes the national forest in between. Carmel-by-the-Sea is our only municipality, our only government agency, and what I mean by this is that there is no mayor or city council in Carmel Valley, Big Sur, or anywhere in between. I strongly believe that all of our students in Carmel Unified No matter what corner of the district that they live in, they deserve to understand how local government works, how they can become more involved in their community through service and support. I'm looking forward to expanding the partnership between Carmel Unified and Carmel-by-the-Sea, because that not only strengthens the fabric of our community, but provides more learning opportunities for all of our students. So with that said, I look forward to the joint committee that's being created between Carmel Unified leadership and Carmel-by-the-Sea leadership, because I believe there is so much more that we can be doing together. So thank you all so much.
Sarah, thank you. Appreciate it. Bobby, thank you for your efforts. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight in the room? No, is anybody on the internet?
Yes, phone number ending in 902. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. Last month, a Monterey City official provided incorrect information to the city on the forest management plan, which strips and destroys our local forests and increases fire danger. The effect of his comments was to create fear and hysteria, not careful analysis. I heard this plan when it was presented to the Monterey City Council, and I sent you a letter in June outlining some of the real fire dangers to this community and the problems and omissions with this plan. Mr. Sheldon cited the Santa Rosa fire and the Thomas fire as reasons for you to be afraid and adopt this draconian plan. The problem is the Santa Rosa fire was caused by PG&E equipment, and the Thomas fire was caused by Southern California Edison power lines. He also didn't mention the 2007 Malibu fire, which caused evacuation in the town, which was caused by telecom-loaded utility poles. Utility companies and AT&T fiber overloaded utility poles are fire dangers. Officials must hold them accountable. You can see the dangerously leaning, overloaded utility poles in our community, but it's easier to blame the trees and the habitat, those who have no voice. What's worse is he ignored easy and powerful prevention. In the Santa Rosa fire, PG&E smart meters likely exacerbated the fires. When PG&E equipment caused high voltage to destroy the smart meters, which are not grounded, and allowed the overvoltage directly into homes, that ignited them. Electric fires are very fast and very hot. PG&E smart utility meters have inadequate surge protection and also lithium-ion batteries. They've caused fires and killed humans and animals. The meters also cause damage to electrical wiring, as the investigators are finding. They are on every building. You can opt out. The city must take initiative, though, as a city, in removing smart meters and replacing them with analog meters, which are grounded. Research also shows that cell towers and wireless antennas cause trees to stress and cause them to emit more flammable terpenes as a result. I've written a 2019 paper to officials with fire information on the smart meters and what can be done. It's on my website, smartmeterharm.org. I'm also disturbed the state is encouraging flammable lithium battery banks in garages for electric vehicles. These are also a fire hazard. Carmel has a reputation as caring about nature and habitat. There were no naturalists, as far as I can tell, that were involved in formulating this forest management plan. They call everything fuel, but these are bushes. These are habitat, including indigenous habitat. If you want to see what they've done, Viejo Road was a pilot project, and also they've been doing it above on Carpenter, as I understand it. This is destroying habitat. It's killing insects, young birds, reptiles, and anything that cannot flee. In Monterey, birds have fled into my family's yard that we don't normally see because they live in wild places. Those are being raised in this plan. So please, the thinning, now a judge has ruled in Oregon that these thinning practices actually increase fire severity because the wind can get in there and increase the fire more. So this is a fire danger that's being invited into our community and already is decimating our forests and decimating our trees. Please revisit this decision. It's very, very important for the health and well-being of our ecosystem and of the natural world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight from Zoom World?
There's no other hands raised.
Is there anybody else in the room wishing to speak tonight? Close the public comment period, bring it back then to council. Committee announcements by administration. Chip?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, I believe Ms. Beatty was talking about the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which is the plan that the council adopted last month. and was done in coordination with the cities of Pacific Grove and Monterey, not to be confused with the Carmel Forest Management Plan, which is a plan that's currently under review by our Forest and Beach Commission. So those are two different plans, although there's a lot of carryover. And then thanks to the ASB president, who didn't just decide to stay for the rest of our exciting meeting, but we will be installing, she mentioned the parade, the homecoming parade on Friday the 18th. We will be installing those green shrouds on the island medians, the Ocean Island median islands, to protect the landscaping that Carmel Cares and the city put in, and we'll keep that up through the Halloween parade on the 31st. So if you see those shrouds go up, they're not staying up until Christmas or the holiday season, but they will be up for about a 2-week period to protect the landscaping and the irrigation and the lighting. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chip. City Attorney.
I have no announcements tonight.
Council members looking to my right.
Yes, I have something to say.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Looking to my
Yeah, I
right.
don't have much to say other than I want to appreciate the ASB president coming out here and giving us all that good news. I did know that Carmel High football was undefeated, but I didn't know all the other good news that they had going on.
To my left, Karen.
Yes, as you know, those of you who come to meetings, I serve on the Regen board. And Regen has been working over the past couple years to create a document to tell you essentially, it's called a white paper, but to tell you essentially where your waste travels to. And the reason I bring this up is this is a copy of it. It's, as I said, a couple years of reviewing. And it's something I'm going to give to Chip to put in the Friday letter, but also maybe it could go on our website for a while. Because one of the things that's really important to understand is that all of our small towns would be required to have their own dumping facility if we hadn't created a joint powers agreement to have our waste management district located to serve San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz County. It's really important because most of our interactions are with our waste haulers. That's a whole different entity. We have one group of people who come to our homes, empty the trash, put it in the trucks, and then they take it to the district where it is processed for recycling, for reuse, and also for landfill. This document is really important because it explains all that. And then additionally, in the back of the document, it explains how much longer our landfill will live. This is really important because eventually landfills do fill up and have to be closed, which is a very expensive thing, and then you have to purchase more land for new landfills. So I hope some of you will feel interested enough to avail yourself to this. As of right now, we can assume that our landfill would be projected to close in 2142. Now, we hope it will go on a lot longer than that. They're working on new modules right now, and also recycling has picked up a little bit. We also have contracts for all of the composting with Keith Day Company. So when you're out near that area, you can drive in and you could see massive piles of wood pulp and chips which are turning into compost. So I just wanted to remind you there's a difference between the waste hauler and the waste management district who processes all of our waste. And it's very important for us to really try to do a good job with composting and recycling so that our city gets good numbers and we don't get dinged for that. So this is what it'll look like. It's where waste travels.
Karen, thank you for your involvement in that district. We appreciate that. You've done a good job of articulating the concerns. Thank you. Appreciate it. You've done a good job articulating the concerns of the district.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that board. It's fantastic facility. I hope all of you can visit it. And the Last Chance Mercantile is now run by the Veterans Transition Center, and they've done a marvelous job of reorganizing the whole thing. So it's actually kind of fun to go out there. You find some things. I've brought home glasses before. You know,
eating or drinking.
There's everything out there that you can imagine that you might need. So.
Well, thank you again. Anybody else?
I've got just,
Alessandra.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very, very brief comments. We've got 5 weeks to go until the election, and I just want to encourage everyone to please keep everything positive and not go negative. We're a small village, and we're all going to need to work together and unify after this, so please keep things positive. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff?
Nothing except, I don't have any announcements, but I do have an announcement about our ad hoc committee, so if you want to move forward.
We'll go to ad hoc then, yes, go ahead. Ad hoc.
Alessandra and I are going to have a meeting next week, next Monday, October 7th at 4 p.m. to talk about the Rule 28 undergrounding money that we have and the Rule 28 undergrounding projects that we are considering. So next Monday, 4 o'clock here in the chambers.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that.
If I could just add to that, this is specifically, we're just looking at one undergrounding project over at the Del Mar parking lot at the foot of Ocean Avenue. This is not going to be a discussion about undergrounding in general. I know there's a lot of passion for that in the community, but that is not what we're focusing on. This is just specifically this money from PG&E. We need to decide what to do with it before the end of the year, so that's what we're focusing on. It's not a general discussion of undergrounding. Thank you.
Bobby?
Yeah, on that note, so Chief Monty and I are going to have a meeting concerning the flock cameras. So please write this down. It's October 8th at 4 o'clock here in Chambers, and October 24th at 1 o'clock. We're going to discuss the different flock camera situations, the placement, what they do, how they help, how they distract, whatever. So I would hope that a lot of people come to this. I'm announcing it tonight. We will put it in the Friday letter. We'll put it in the Pine Cone. I'm going to ask Nancy Toomey to put it on Facebook for us so that everybody knows that we have it. We want to engage. We want to hear what you have to say, because next meeting, our November meeting, we'll be discussing this. And so I would really appreciate that the more public input we can get on this, the better off we are. And I'll make as many announcements as I have to so that people know to come October 8th at 4 o'clock and October 24th at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yes, and I'd like to say something about the ad hoc meeting on addresses. As someone pointed out today, we were supposed to have a much more robust report last month, and that was truncated by the discussion on just moving on to voting. But there was very much in that 48, 49-page document that really does need to be daylighted to the community. So I am going to set up an ad hoc meeting for the community to discuss the complete report that was not delivered last month. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we've got those meetings. No calendar. Very good. Okay. Let's move on then to orders of business. First is the receiver report out for the car week. Ashley Wright, I believe you're handling this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is your annual Car Week After Action for 2024, and we'll jump right in. So we had 4 permitted events this year. Tuesday, August 13th, we had Concours for a Cause. This was the event's 2nd year. Last year, they were significantly smaller, just taking up the park and 2 blocks around the park, the footprint of the farmers market. This year, they expanded all the way down to Dolores Street. Wednesday, August 14th, we had a new event, and that was Aston's on the Avenue, and that took up 2 blocks on Ocean from Monteverde up to San Carlos Street. And then on Thursday, returning again, we had Prancing Ponies, and the 2nd year for the Ferrari Owners Club. Both events expanded and took up the full layout of what used to be Concours on the Avenue on Tuesday. So it felt very different this year as compared with the post-pandemic years where we had smaller events and they were all over the place. And I want to say, one, there was no major issues. There's always room for improvement, and we'll go into some of that with, setup and layouts and things like that. But I want to thank the community for being patient and letting some of these events grow, letting the event organizers build something out. As many of you will remember, Concours on the Avenue took 13 years to become what it was in the end. And so it takes time to build those relationships and to make these things work. And here's some photographs from our events, looking very much like Concours on the Avenue. You'll notice Councilmember Ferlito and I up there in the corner. Very good.
The one on the right.
Yes.
Yes.
And my dog Whizzer.
Yes. That's a very, very Carmel car display. We also, as part of community activities, we issue parking stall permits for businesses who want to park a vehicle of note in front of their business. We faced some issues in 2023 with some exotics parking in these stalls and additional crowding around them, which posed a safety issue. So last year, the council approved some changes to the parking stall permit application for Car Week for that process. That is that vehicles placed in the rented parking stalls would be there all day, no shuffling around with different cars coming in and out, that the businesses who pulled the permit would need to be responsible for traffic control and security as needed, and that there would be no rental of the green zone spaces on the corner of each block. And that's especially critical when you're on Ocean Avenue because the crowds can spill out into the street, and we want to make sure to keep everybody safe. And I want to give a special shout out to L'Auberge. In 2023, they were absolutely mobbed, but we had several meetings, myself, Chip, Chief, and they, really stepped up to make sure that the cars that they had parked there were disrupted. They had security, they had plans in place, so it was really great to work with them on that. And I would recommend keeping these changes in place for 2025. And I'll let the chief take over here before I jump back in to talk about some of our survey results.
Thank you, Ashley. First of all, I just want to start off by thanking the staff, not just the police, but Public Works, Community Activities, for their efforts for the week. This is a big week for us, and it takes everybody, and everybody worked a lot of hours, long days, to try to keep the community safe and to keep the traffic calm. Last year, there were a couple of recommendations that I took from the October meeting, and one was to get noise meters to monitor the loud exhausts. We did that. In the report, we issued a number of tickets for loud exhaust. It's one of my pet peeves, so I stressed that with my staff, and they responded. We also did a lot of traffic enforcement. We had a no tolerance mode going that whole week, and I think we lived up to it. And I will say I've never, in all the years I've done this, which is this will be my 15th year of Car Week, I've had the most compliments about how it went. And I've also had the least amount of complaints about how it went. I will say my officers handling the nighttime activities, those continue to grow since 2019. We continue to attract a lot of the fuel run type cars, the exotics coming into town after hours. And one more thing on the October meeting, I'm sorry, one of the other requests was to set up the traffic calming later. We did that. We did it as close to 6 o'clock as we could. I know in 2023 it was around 4, and that was more disruptive to the businesses. So we worked as well as we could towards 6 o'clock, which really helped. But with it, we set it up a little bit earlier, about 5:30 during the week, because the nighttime activity was starting to pick up. My officers did just a fantastic job controlling the crowds. We had no major incidents downtown, despite the numbers of people coming into town. We did take some action on a couple of the nights by closing down an entire lane on Ocean Avenue and allowing exotics to park there. My officers, I give them a lot of credit for thinking outside the box. Their thought process was to control the crowds and get them out of the intersections, and also control the cars from traveling around and continuing to circle downtown. It worked. But in our after-action review, we addressed the severity of that and the consequences that could develop in future years by actually encouraging people to come here knowing that we're doing an unsanctioned nighttime event. Very dangerous for this community. Now, I expressed to them, if council wants to adopt a nighttime event, that event organizer can come here, pay the fees, pay for security and support, and that might be something they can do. But we as a police department will not be engaging in that activity in future years of closing down roadways and allowing cars to park to have large crowds come. That will just continue to grow and be a problem for us. One other thing we did, which is up here, is we did the temporary speed bumps like we did in 2023. But in 2023, they weren't secured to the ground, so they continually moved, and we had to keep going out fixing them, and they were kind of cluttery. This year, we were able to secure them to the ground, which really helped. We didn't have to go do any maintenance on them afterwards, and they were very effective in getting people to slow down and keep the racing down. So I just want to say again, hats off to all the staff, including my own, who worked long hours on this, and we came out of it with no major incidents. So back to you, Ashley.
Thank you, Chief.
Survey results. First thing we did the week after Car Week was put out a survey to see how people were feeling about Car Week in 2024. We had even more respondents than we did in 2023, 379 respondents, and about half and half kind of split between residents and businesses. And it's nice to have a good mix for surveys like this so that we have, kind of a balanced perspective on this. I'm happy to say overall, most people were happy with the Car Week events and with Car Week overall. Is it perfect, and is everybody able to get everywhere as quickly as they want to all the time? No. But this, as compared with 2023, significant improvements over where we were in terms of mindset for both traffic control and feelings about events. So I think that our city's headed in the right direction, in particular with the event organizers that we've been working with, and continuing to contemplate and look at different ways to improve traffic control and noise impacts. If any of you read through all of the 379 submissions and comments, I can't remember how many, but it was over 300 pages, I think, when I gave it to Pornova. Lots of positive things about the events. People have their favorite events over others. And the biggest things that we have seen on these surveys is the greater traffic impacts to the peninsula. So when we put traffic calming measures in place, it pushes people out into the unincorporated area to do their donuts and just overall, how are we getting around the peninsula and dissatisfaction with that, which I think we can all agree is legitimate, and we've all been frustrated in there. So I won't read every single word of this to everybody. This is all in the staff report. But again, when we work on Car Week events, we work very closely interdepartmentally to talk about something that might be a small tweak, but will improve events overall in our village. For instance, with Aston's on the Avenue, Lincoln Street was closed to parking. That got really confusing this year, and that's something we need to work on for next year, for making sure that we're maximizing all of the parking spaces, but that we don't have cars passing through events. So looking at that type of thing, and again, continuing the no tolerance approach to dangerous drivers in our village. And thanks to Nancy Toomey, who sent me Our Village is Heaven, Don't Drive Through It Like Hell, reminding people of that it is a place where people live and work, and not just a sideshow kind of place. So thank you to everybody who participated in the survey, and we're going to continue to work hard on these things. And this work starts now. I already have our event permit applications in from event organizers. We've sat down and done after actions. And I can tell you in December, I start nagging everybody about, did you make any changes? So we really start that process early, because this is such a big week for our small village. And so I'm happy to answer, Chief and I are happy to answer any questions that the council may have. My biggest recommendation is to just let us keep working with the event organizers to improve year over year as we go forward, and continue those rule modifications for the parking stall rentals for 2025.
Thank you, Ashley. Are there any questions, Ashley? Questions at this time?
Yes, I have a question. So several years ago, back when Mayor Burnett, I think, and Mayor of Dallas, the community talked about no more than 2 events in 1 week. And that seemed to hold for a while, the Concord and the Avenue and the Concord de Elegance, the party in the park kind of thing. And then we started getting more events. And I've had people question me and say, I thought we only had 2 events a week. How did we get to 4 events in a week? And so on. So if you could just talk about that. Maybe it was never actually a vote to only have 2, or what?
Right. So that is correct. It wasn't a vote. It was part of the discussion and direction to staff. That being said, we have, so Prancing Ponies, I think, got added in under Mayor Dallas's tenure, and part of that process was the Community Activities Commission actually denied the application initially, and the council approved it. At this point in time, we
Pacific Grove had one and they pulled out. Pacific Grove had a rally.
Oh, the PG Auto Rally. That was a little bit of a scary event. Racing up Ocean Avenue. I stood there working with Joe Boucher on the Unipro and Ocean Avenue, and boy, that was a trial by fire for my first year of events.
It was a promise that we were going to try to
right.
do events.
Yeah.
Right. And so, but that being said, you read my mind a little bit in that policy C-1601, which is the special events policy that used to govern fee waivers and things like that we would do around special events. That's been largely superseded by the municipal code section that was adopted by the council a couple years ago that governs how special events work here in town, but also ensures that we are that we're being responsive and we're not trampling on anybody's First Amendment rights to gather and do events. What I'd like to do with policy C-1601 is make that a policy that's specific to Car Week events. So we could limit the number of events during that time because it is a safety issue. Things are getting big. We have a lot of things going on all week, not just here, but on the peninsula. And so what is our balance with that? So my plan is to be, started revisions on that and bring it to council early next calendar year in advance of Car Week. So in my mind, it's a cleanup thing that I've been thinking about, but thank you for asking the question, Councilmember Ferlito.
Before I take it out to the public, is there any councilmember questions?
I also have one more comment for Paul.
Question.
Thanks for putting that speed strip down on Ocean Avenue.
I've got a question, Mayor. This is for the chief and also for Bob Hurry for Public Works. The chief mentioned that it's a lot of work with long days, so obviously that means a lot of overtime for our city employees before the event, during the event, and after the event with the cleanup. Could we find out the information of how much overtime for each of those departments was spent?
I'm sure you could, and I want to just make a clarifying statement before Chief jumps up. So a number of years ago, the police department stopped working directly with the event organizers. So any extra overtime for police isn't because of the events or due to the events. The same with Public Works. So those are strictly for that. Their overtime would be strictly for traffic calming and being responsive to any issues with fuel run or setting up those traffic calming measures.
But clearly there are employees that are working overtime shifts to be able to handle everything that goes on.
Yes, there are. But I'm just saying not for the event. There used to be a time where officers would work overtime with the event organizers, and that's not the case. So we don't have city support. We don't have city staff supporting the events directly in that way. We're not working for the event organizers.
Thank you. I don't have that data for you now, but we can get it for you.
Okay.
And because of the large numbers of people that do come into our village, I have to double up our staffing during the day, and then at night we have to double up as well. So we do have quite a bit of overtime that we do accumulate during that week, and I can provide that for you. I just don't have it on me right now.
That's fine. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no questions, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight?
While the masses are moving toward the microphone, Mr. Mayor, I do want to thank Katie and Nia and the Chamber for trying to get especially the business community to come and share their thoughts.
Well, that was very successful. So is there anybody else in Zoom world wishing to speak?
There's no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, well, is there any other questions or comments by council members?
Yes.
Jeff.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Chief, for all your work. I was walking through downtown on Friday at about 8 after a party, and I asked one of your officers how many police officers were on duty, and his response was all of them. So it's good. You know, I don't know what happened on the next shift. I guess people pulled double shifts, but it was good. It's good to, you know, the police response was great. So thank you for that. One of the things that Ashley said was that one of the comments that Ashley made was that there were no major issues, and I think you were talking about the city events, right? So, you know, there were some private events in town that we had issues with. And, you know, there was one at one of the restaurants, there was one at Sunset Center, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how we as a city sort of address the things that happen, you know, that are not city sanctioned, but are under like use permits that people have and something like that. Maybe that's a question for you.
Yeah, so Mr. Swanson's old job, the community planning and building director, has the ability to allow special events. You know, Sunset Center, for example, has a long-term lease with us, and the Toomeys in particular have been, and that neighborhood on San Carlos and Mission have been impacted by special events during Car Week at Sunset Center in the past. And we can, you know, so Ms. Toomey can speak to the fact that I think that this year it was better. They were better behaved, but it is kind of hit and miss.
Yeah, I think, you know, from my perspective of just sort of walking past one of the events, I think one of them had like searchlights going up into the sky. Like there were like big canister searchlights that were circling around. And I think that, you know, from the perspective of our community or our village, like that's something that doesn't seem to be appropriate. Yeah, there like was to just pull that and just pull that item out. And so it's things like that. You know, there were events that had DJs that were blasting music through downtown and disturbing quite a number of people that live downtown. You know, there are hundreds of people that live downtown. And so I would like to see an effort made to sort of get these events to sort of, I don't know how to describe it, like the look and feel of Carmel or what we offer as a, you know, as this marketing brochure or village or whatever that is. You know, those things seem sort of out of character with what we do. And I don't really know
how
to address that.
I see Mr. Emhoff's agreeing with you, and if I can get one more agreement, then we'll certainly excise DJs and searchlights and.
Yeah, and I think also, I think maybe this goes to sort of Ashley was talking about policy C1601, which was talking about the number of events, and maybe that's an appropriate time to have another discussion about those things that you might come up with related to those events. Okay. And what I was thinking, you know, when you were talking about that, Ashley, you know, we talk about the number of events, and I'm not sure, like to me, I'm not sure that's the right metric. Events that are huge have a much bigger, like 3 small events equals 1 big event. And so I'm not sure that simply judging events by the number of events we have is necessarily right without judging them by like the size of the events. Like I would hate to have all of downtown tied up 3 or 4 days a week as opposed to 2 days a week by 3 or 4 events on 2 days a week. And when you were talking about the number, you know, limiting the number of events, you know, we had this discussion a couple of years ago about sort of grandfathering in people and then limiting the number of events to 4 and then grandfathering in people that, or organizers that had events 1 year, like if they performed satisfactorily, however we define that, having them sort of have first dibs on a on a permit for the following year. And I think that that's something worth considering again next year. And then finally, the chief mentioned something, you know, I saw in fact, and someone mentioned it to me, the parking lane for the exotics on Ocean. Like I think I saw that on Friday afternoon. And I was a little bit surprised by it, and I just assumed that you were doing your job, and that was great. But I think that the idea of having a nighttime event or trying to figure out how to like corral all that into something that also fits Carmel, like I don't know what that would be, but I think that there's something there. Like if we can figure out how, like if the exotics are a fact of life about being on the peninsula, then we should address that problem that we have rather than just trying to constantly, control it. So I don't know exactly what that would be, but I think that idea, I think the chief is sort of on to something, and I don't know what it is, but I would.
Subject for further discussion.
Subject for discussion.
Good.
Yeah, I would like to talk about the exotics on Ocean parked alongside the median, closing down that traffic lane and people walking all over. Someone sent me a movie of it, and they were not very happy because the noise level then of people leaving those events that go on late are an issue. The other thing is, and I think the chief is quite right about this, by allowing that to happen, that created an unpermitted, unsanctioned event, and it brings up liability for our city as well. And it sets a precedent for other people to come next year and say, oh, they let us close down Ocean Avenue and park along the median, and everybody got to see our cars. If we're going to have events, the events should also follow the rules, have permitting, and have agreements that they will behave and act as such. And when it's just a serendipitous event like that, that is not really something that I think we should be doing. I think if they're going to, maybe Jeff's suggestion, if there's going to be a nighttime event, it would have to be a permitted event where they would have to have organizers that agreed to certain things. Because just allowing people to create their own event, I think, brings us into a bit of liability.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern is public safety, and clearly we hear that all of our officers are on duty and working overtime for these events, and I have heard from several people that they especially are worried about the nighttime events, and it feels like there aren't enough officers compared to the crowds and how things could easily get out of control. So that's the area I'm concerned about.
Are there any other comments or questions? We've got food for discussion, certainly. Okay, thank you. All right, well, I don't have any other comments other than to continue to work with the event organizers to expand where appropriate and refine their events, continue to borrow modification for parking and stall rentals seems appropriate, so I think we're heading in the right direction. Thank you. All right, why don't we move on then to receive a report on Traffic Safety Committee on proposed plan regarding implementation of AB 413 and provide direction. Paul, I believe this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Well, we get this set up. I'm going to present to you the Traffic Safety Committee's plan to deal with AB 413. Oh, I have the remote right here. And I'll give you a little bit of context to refresh our memories because it's been a while since we talked about this law. But this is a law that was enacted in October 2023. It is known as the Daylighting Bill, and its design is to improve visibility and safety for pedestrians. 2024 is the year for cities to put this in place and to issue warnings, and full enforcement starts January 1st, 2025. So what is daylighting? Daylighting refers to the practice of keeping a clear zone of a specified distance on the approach side of an intersection or crosswalk. For this law, it states that it must be a space 20 feet of the vehicle approach side of any marked or unmarked crosswalk, or within 15 feet of any crosswalk where a curb extension is present. So we're talking about curbs and sidewalks. And when we talk about curbs and sidewalks, we can just focus on downtown because that's about 90% of the impacted areas. But I will address the entire city in this. There's additional language in this code section and then in this law that says a local authority can make a different distance if it established by ordinance a finding that the different distance is justified by established traffic safety standards. And a local authority has marked the different distance at the intersection using paint or sign. We're still not clear on what that means, but it's in there in case that ever gets defined, and we can adjust this as needed. So I'm not talking about that tonight. We're not going to address that part of it. But there are other options with this law. It isn't just about making red zones at intersections. You have the option of also making 20-minute commercial loading zones in that same area as specified 20 feet or 15 feet with a curb extension. Or you can put bicycle or electric vehicle parking in those same spots. Now with the commercial loading zones, the only caveat to this is that you have to establish these by ordinance, and then you can have these in the city. All right, so staff, on our next steps of this, as we developed this plan over this past year, we really were looking ways to limit the loss of parking spaces downtown. I know that's been a big concern because we don't have a lot and they're precious to us. They're like gold. But we want to do it, we want to look at this as a whole parking plan and how do we better management of our existing spaces, including what we have right now for 30-minute zones and 10-minute zones and loading zones. And then could identify areas where no parking is required for the law and increases that safety, with opportunities to increase 20-minute commercial loading zones per the law, and then opportunities to add bicycle and electric vehicle parking downtown as well. So this is a whole approach. The goal of our plan was to meet the legal requirements of the law, which we have to do. Also to increase pedestrian safety. And then to look for opportunities to improve downtown parking and traffic flow. And develop a plan that can be modified as needed. The plan I'm showing you is flexible. It can be changed by the Traffic Safety Committee or through council. Step one of our plan included taking a look at accident data. That's what we do on the Traffic Safety Committee. Anytime we have a recommendation, the first kind of question that comes up is, what's the accident data tell us? So we looked at it. Data collected over almost a 5-year period from 2019 to 2024 shows that we had 9 pedestrian reported accidents in crosswalks or intersections in our village. Only one of those, when I looked at all those reports, only one of them was potentially impacted by the AB 413 law. In fact, in that one, the major factor included darkness. The driver never saw the pedestrian. It was at Uniperon 6, the person was crossing from Bruno's Market over towards Devendorf Park. That's what that one was. All the other ones, changing and adding daylighting, would not have impacted those accidents at all. Then we decided to look at, well, what are our busiest intersections? Where's the threat or the risk the highest? Not threat, risk. The study we looked at was Junipero to Monteverde, and then 5th Avenue down to 8th Avenue. That's really the core of our downtown. The busiest, as identified by staff, and we could argue this a little bit if we want, is really 6th and Junipero. That's the first one. That's Bruno's Market, that's Devendorf, that's the library. We have a lot of activities that take place in Devendorf Park, so we get a lot of foot traffic coming down the hill from Vista Lobos parking and crossing, and that's a heavy intersection. In fact, that's where that accident happened that I just told you about. Then we have all the intersections along Ocean Avenue. Those are obviously high pedestrian, high traffic areas. We included Mission and 8th because of the Sunset Center, and we have the Dance Academy, and it's very dark, and it's along the truck route. And then Lincoln and 8th, which is over by the foundation with a lot of foot traffic as well. So in our plan, we then, step 3 was we identified the number of parking spaces in that area from Junipero to Monteverde, 5th down to 8th, and we came up with 810 total spaces. 696 two-hour spaces, 102 30-minute and 10-minute parking spaces. That does not include the parking lot at the post office. Those numbers are not in here. We're leaving that alone. We have 8 commercial loading zones, and we have 4 disabled parking spaces made up in that 810 number. All right, so our recommendation, which I'm about to reveal to you, meets the legal requirement increases safety, and reduces the impact to our existing parking inventory quite a bit. So with those current numbers on the left here, if you look on the right of those 800 total spaces, we are making a recommendation to maintain 687 two-hour spaces. So we will lose, what's the math on that, Chip? 9 spaces. We're going to reduce our 30-minute zones down to 42. Now, that may seem like a lot, but we are maintaining a large number of those by the post office, by the libraries, and City Hall, with the remainder scattered around downtown. That 102 number that I talked about in our current, a lot of those were developed in the 2014 parking management program, where we added additional 30-minute zones for the convenience of people dropping things off, picking people up, and those short visits where they wouldn't have to pay during the parking pilot program. We kept them after we got rid of the parking pilot program, a lot of them. So we want to put in its place 39 commercial loading zones, single space for vehicles, not trucks. They won't fit in those, but vehicles. This will allow businesses, delivery services, visitors to stop and drop people off, pick things up. It is essentially reducing a 30-minute zone to a 20-minute zone. And the curb will be painted yellow. We'll maintain 4 disabled parking spaces, and we are going to add 8 bicycle parking spaces. Again, this is all flexible. We can change this through the Traffic Safety Committee at the staff level, except for those commercial loading zones, which need to be adopted by an ordinance. And if this plan is approved, we'll come back to you next month with the first reading of the ordinance. The impact to us with this plan is we're going to add 30 red no parking spaces on those busy intersections that we identified. Junipero and 6th, all the way down Ocean Avenue. I have Mission and 8th, and Lincoln and 8th. I added this slide. The Traffic Safety Committee did not reveal this to the rest of the group. This is fresh for your eyes only. We looked at the rest of the city. So now we're outside the downtown core. We have 16 intersections that are impacted by this because they have curbs and sidewalks. We're going to make 5 of those red zones. And that's mostly because of visibility. And we have 11 more commercial loading zones, which fall just outside the commercial district, but we still have hotels and businesses in those areas as well, which could benefit from this. Oh, I jumped ahead. Okay, so here's the existing map. Looking down, you can see how many 30-minute, 10-minute loading zones we have throughout the town. That's what it looks like now. When we make this change, it gets a little more colorful. You can see in that core, we have a lot more red zones. If you look at the top of the map right in the middle, you have Junipero and 6th. We have those corners covered by red zones. And then in the middle of this map, you have Ocean Avenue. And wherever we can or need to, we're going to put in the red no parking zones to increase that visibility for pedestrians. And then you have some along 7th as well in a couple key spots with pedestrian traffic. You also see a lot of yellow dots, if you can see it on your screens, but those will be the commercial 20-minute loading zones in our business district to help with some of the commercial traffic and deliveries. And what I like about this plan is right now we have a lot of commercial vehicles who are double parking. They block an entire lane of our traffic. That's allowed by law. And in fact, we created an ordinance to limit it to one side of the street, right? You can do it on the north and the east side, but you can't on the south and the west side. That's by ordinance. That's the only way we can regulate which side of the street these large trucks park. What we've seen over the years is a number of businesses that have to do deliveries or delivery services that have to pick up, or people who are dropping off people at restaurants or businesses, double parking as well. That arguably is more of a risk to pedestrians than the daylighting law, because you have cars going the wrong way against traffic, and with a number of jaywalking that takes place, that's a bigger risk to us. So the hope is that by adding these 20-minute loading zones to allow vehicles to park for up to 20 minutes, we can get some of that double parking taken care of and increase safety that way. If you look at this map, you can see, hopefully, a couple, or actually the bicycle parking. And unfortunately, my crayon selection was quite low. So I had to use blue for the bicycle, but there's a small B in the middle of that circle. And if you look at Mountain View and Unipero, you can see one, and then you have them scattered throughout downtown, mostly on the outskirts. And again, as we develop this plan, we can add, remove, and move things around as needed. If we expand this even further out, we can look at the entire city. The only street I don't have showing is 12th, which had one red zone. But you can see there's a couple red zones that we added down by Camino Real and Casanova, and San Antonio. And that's because of site visibility. It's really just more of a, let's increase the sight for traffic and pedestrians. But in these other areas, loading zones seem more appropriate. Wow, that was a lot of information in a few seconds. And with that, that is the plan. So I'm looking for your thoughts, your direction, before we come back to you hopefully next month with an ordinance.
Questions for Paul before I open it up?
Question. When you say EV, do you mean an electric car could take one of those spaces? Or electric?
Electric, it's motorized scooters or
but not
bicycles.
a car, not electric.
Not a car,
Okay.
no.
Thanks.
Any other questions before I open it up to the public? Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight?
Can you tell me whether people would be ticketed?
Sir, could you come forward and we'll get you on the mic?
If people park their camper trailers on Mission, aren't they supposed to be ticketed if they spend the night? If they spend more than 4 hours on
Can we get your name
Mission,
for the
right
record?
behind Sunset Center?
Could we get your name for the record?
Mary Gifford.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, Mary. Yeah, this, that wouldn't apply to this law, but that is an ordinance that we have. So if that's occurring, our officers will make contact with the person and let them know. In fact, we just did that today for somebody as well. Thank you, Mary.
Next question. Next person.
Hi, Mayor, City Council, Tim Toomey, and Chief, Tim Toomey here. Just a quick question. On the two changes on San Carlos and 9th, in front of the Sunset Center, there's nothing there now, and you're going to put a yellow curb for commercial and passenger loading. Then on the other side, in front of the Women's Club, there's a white strip there just for passengers. So I think it would make more sense to have a white curb over in front of the Sunset Center, because a lot of the loading, really takes place, down underneath, and that'd be a good indication, because there's a lot of, buses delivering people for events and things that end up on the other side of the street in front of the Women's Center. But then also with these changes, there's no signs, right? Correct. Thank you.
Sure.
I think it's a great idea to add a loading zone. Unfortunately, I can't add them where we're putting the commercial loading zones, because the law doesn't allow for just regular loading zones. It has to be a commercial loading zone. So we did put them by the Women's Center and the Sunset Center at that crosswalk, just to help with visibility and to allow people to load and unload there as well.
Thank you.
Nancy Toomey. My question is on the bike parking spots. Do we need to put bike, the rails that you would attach or lock your bikes to in those spots, or that would come later, or what's the thoughts on those bike spots?
The first step is just identifying them as bicycle parking, and then we'll look for the best way to store bikes or have them parked there. But we can identify them at least as bicycle parking and then do the enforcement part.
Are there any other questions by anybody in the room?
So I'm used to when something is identified as a bike parking a spot, you usually have a big, rail of some sort that people actually attach their bikes to. And I didn't hear you answer that.
Thank you, Nancy. That is something we can add, and we would look at what the best design or look would be for that, but we have not approached what that would look like at this point. Correct, Bob?
Yeah, we had a lot of bike racks, actually when Bob got here, that were stored in Public Works, and those were the metal bike racks that he went ahead and installed. They were previously approved by the Forest and Beach and/or Planning Commission in the past, but from the design perspective, we have no problem going back to our decision-making groups to see whether they're village appropriate.
It's funny that this came up. I shared this picture with Jeff today, but in Carmel, Indiana, they took out spaces and they put a fake car, like a tube shaped like a car that people can lock their bikes up to, and it had pumps and all this kind of stuff, but it's just kind of funny. So I just sent it to you.
All right, is there anybody else in the room who wishes to speak tonight? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, go back to council then for direction. Council members.
I've been concerned about this for a long time because pedestrian deaths are up throughout the entire country. I'm glad we have not had that many incidents. But, cars are 22% bigger now than they used to be. And when they're parked at those spots on the corner, they block your view. I am very careful when I drive downtown, but some of the cars are so big that people actually have to come out into the traffic lane to see if traffic's coming. So I think the daylighting law came as a result of some pretty dismal reports about traffic deaths. These bigger cars don't just maim you, they actually kill you when they hit you because they're hitting you with a much taller, bigger engine out front. I think one of the intersections that troubles me a lot is 6th and Dolores on the way to the post office. And that one troubles me because it's an inconsistent, it's not a four-way stop, and it should be a four-way stop because people are always confused. The locals know it's not a four-way stop, so they go right through, and people are halfway out in the middle of it. I think 2 stop signs at that one would be most welcome. And I see that there's a commercial loading zone there now, and I see it often used by trucks for much longer than 20 minutes. The other intersection I think is somewhat troubling, and it was probably, there's no stop on 5th and San Carlos as you come up from the post office, and I think that was probably back when people drove gear shift cars and wanted to get over the hump quickly instead of waiting at the top. But that one, too, is a troublesome because we have a lot of people coming from the hotels going to town, and they kind of hesitate on the curb or not. So I think that intersection could be looked at again as well. And thank you for looking somewhat along San Carlos, because people who are coming from the numbered streets and trying to get out or cross San Carlos, if a car is parked on either side there, you cannot see traffic coming until you are out partially into the lane. So we might even use a little more red paint on that particular street. I think that's one of the worst ones for trying to come from the numbered streets. But I really appreciate all the work you're doing, and health and safety should come first. So I think, doing this is wonderful. I'm concerned by doing everything by ordinance because that makes it a lot harder to change, doesn't it? Yes, so do we actually have to do everything by ordinance for the commercial zones?
We would come back with an ordinance listing all the intersections that we've identified as commercial loading zones for approval by council. And then any change, we'd have to come back to amend the ordinance.
And that's the only way we can put in the commercial zones?
On those corners, yes. That's the only way.
Okay, thank you for that answer. The other thing I wanted to talk about were the bicycles. We have so many bicycles in town now, And now we have so many bicycles with sidecars and dogs in them, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we need spaces for people when they want to stop and get a coffee or something to safely lock those up. And Nancy is right. Most cities have some sort of metal, some cities are very creative. They actually have artsy ones, you know, and like Bobby mentioned, one that looks like a car. But it could be something that would be very, very attractive. I also think one thing we never look at is how we could bump out, particularly along Ocean, because we're crossing literally 6 lanes of car-related pavement. That's a long way to cross 6 lanes. People get hung up in the middle, and then they're doing this, trying to see if they're going to be safe to cross. If we had bump outs on some of those, that would reduce it to 4 lanes of crossing over, and it would be a way to beautify the downtown as well by making those bump outs on those corners attractive with a bench, some shrubbery, you know, something beautiful. And the last thing I'm going to say is I think we have a very, very dangerous downtown at night, and most people wear black. It is absolutely frightening some nights, particularly if it happens to be raining or foggy, to drive downtown. You cannot see people, especially when they're all dressed in black. And we don't have lights that shine over the intersection. We have lights, but they're shining onto the plant, not onto the street. So I think we could do a lot of safety improvements downtown with some tweaks, and it would make downtown look better as well.
Councilor, you just wanted to concur with what the chief said.
Yes, Chief Tomasio was correct about an ordinance being required to change the zoning code.
Good, thank you. All right, is there any other questions or comments regarding this plan?
Oh.
Go ahead.
You can go first.
Okay, really briefly. I just wanted to thank the chief for all the work that he put in, because I know people were very overwhelmed when they first heard about this, and people were imagining worst case scenarios about how many spaces we would lose. And I think you really have made the best of the situation. And I also see a very big positive with the increase in these commercial loading zones. I think those will prove very helpful. So thank you for your work on that.
Well said. Jeff?
Yes, thank you. One question. We only have 4 disabled parking spaces. Is that because we're required to have 4? Are they used? Is that enough? Is that too many? I'm surprised that there are only 4.
Do you want to answer or you want me to?
Please, Chief.
We did look at that several years ago, and the law has changed about adding disabled parking. We can't add anymore because they're on the street. Anytime you add a disabled parking, it has to allow for van accessible unloading and unloading, and that would be in the flow of traffic, which we just can't do.
Okay.
That's why.
Thank you.
It's additionally challenging, Mr. Barron, because we have a 15% slope down the hill to the ocean, and there's a cross slope as well. So there's no real safe refuge place to actually install handicap disabled spaces if we could even.
You know, it's my understanding.
Yeah. So a couple more comments on commercial loading zones. So I'm a little bit of a skeptic here, because the thing that you described, so the plan is fine, so thank you for putting the plan together. But I'm skeptical that they will be used as we have sort of designed them, because it sounds like this is a concept, you know, the use of commercial loading zones for loading and unloading people seems really foreign to me. You know, you described it in your comments as a mechanism for people to drop off people to eat at restaurants and then go find a parking spot that's out of the downtown. And so I'm a little bit of a skeptic that that's going to work as advertised, and I don't really know how you sort of publicize that. You know, we have this thing about signs and signage and all that stuff, and I'm not sure paint color on the curb is enough to sort of get people to understand what the real intent of the spot is. Like, here you can park here for 20 minutes and unload someone to go to a restaurant. So I'm a little bit flummoxed by that. And then the bike parking, so I'm grateful for the bike parking. And I think Nancy Toomey is right. You know, we can't have bike parking without a bike rack. Like, it doesn't make any sense to have a spot that's reserved for bicycle parking if there's not something to basically lock your bike to. And I'm encouraged that you know, there's a no parking pole right out here on Monteverdi that there's always a bike lock to. Right here between City Hall and the street, there's always a bike lock to that. So I'm encouraged that there is a bike, there's a bike rack on the corner of Monteverdi and Ocean, and I'm encouraged by that. But someone mentioned having bike racks in front of coffee shops, you know, where people bike to, and and there's a coffee shop on Lincoln. And there are no parking spots. There are red spots on Lincoln and Ocean, and this causes me to wonder whether the bike racks are where people will use them. And so I would ask staff to just think about, you know, there are two bike spots on the corner of Fifth and Dolores, and I don't know whether those are more used or less used than something on Ocean would be. And if those bike racks are empty, then we shouldn't have bike racks there. Like, we should put them where the bikes are. So I would just ask you to pay a little bit of attention to that for usage. Thank you. Good job. And thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Any other comments?
Yes, I did want to, I forgot that right now we're down to a half of a parking enforcement person in this town. So until we hire more, that's a consideration. And it's my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, but I know in San Francisco, if you have a handicap sticker on your car or on your dashboard, you can park virtually anywhere in San Francisco, and you don't have to pay. You can park at right beside a meter, and you do not have to pay. It is free. So I believe that most people who have a handicap sticker know their rights and know where they can park. So they can use just about any place in town. Now, I don't know whether they get tickets if they're there longer than 2 hours. I don't think so. Okay, so that's pretty understood. So thank you, Paul. This is really a lot of work and a lot of coloring.
A lot of creative thinking.
You stayed within the lines.
A lot of creative thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. All right, we'll receive that report, and we've given directions. Why don't we move on then? Move on to authorizing the city administrator to execute a construction contract with Sharp Engineering and Construction. The amount including a contingency of $503,470. San Antonio Pedestrian Parkway Path Reconstruction Project.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm here to present a project that's been on our CIP this year. It's the San Antonio Avenue Pedestrian Pathway Reconstruction Project, and make the recommendation for Council to adopt Resolution 2024-085, awarding a construction contract to Sharp Engineering Construction. So a little bit of background on this project. This location is on the west side of San Antonio between 2nd Avenue and 4th Avenue, and it's an area that suffered from severe weather back in 2023. And in 2024, the city administrator awarded a contract to ZFA, a design engineer, to analyze the location. Then in 2025, with our CIP, we allocated $550,000 for construction and repairs on this segment of pathway. So again, a little additional background on this is that the original design of the retaining wall that was there along that pathway just failed. The design was not adequate for the amount of loading that it was receiving, and thus it eventually failed. We did go out to bid this project this summer, and we received 3 responsive bids. The lowest one being Sharp Engineering for $437,800, and this came in 3% below our engineering estimate. So to the repairs, here's on the left is a detail of the extensive work that needs to happen at these locations. There's approximately 44 concrete piers that need to get repaired, And the repair will consist of a reinforced concrete cap that goes on each one of these existing piers, and then there will be a steel column that comes off of that concrete pier to hold the reinforcement, to hold the weight of this wall. So this, again, ZFA did a good job in coming up with the detailing for this, and I do want to mention that we will be installing the grape stake fence and restoring the pathways back to its original condition. Due to the nature of the work and having to excavate and deal with stuff that's not at the surface, we are requesting a 15% contingency for this project. Additionally, this work would take approximately 3 months to complete. We would tackle it in 2 different phases. As you can see, the majority, well, not the majority, but a good portion of it is split. I guess it's north to south, with phase 1 beginning on the south end. Give that a run. It seems like there's less vegetation there. Ideally, that one would give us kind of like a head start into the repairs and what kind of obstructions we're going to run into. Then we'd proceed to the one on the furthest north. Again, this repair does, like I indicated, there is heavy vegetation, so potentially there could be a couple trees. We're anticipating possibly three trees that could be removed. Oversight from our city forester would be happening throughout the whole project. As far as traffic flow and the impacts of that, traffic headed in the north direction towards the Pebble Beach gate will remain as is. The southbound traffic would have to detour going east along 2nd, then heading over on a Camino Real, then back onto 4th. They would kind of go back to their normal operations. I want to point out that all driveways along this stretch would remain open, and emergency vehicle will never be interrupted. Up here you can see a snapshot of the cost. Again, Sharp Engineering takes the bulk. It's $437,800 for the construction work. The contingency would be the $65,670 for a total of $503,470. The furthest right column, you can see all the supporting consultant costs. Ausonio, ZFA, Moore & Twining, who provides the specialty inspection that's required by building code, and Haruka Sunich, who's the geotech on site. Down at the near the bottom, you can see the funding source where we would be acquiring the funds from, which is $550,000 would come from our CIP budget, and then we formed a $400,000 contingency for projects like this. We'd be tapping into that with $28,080 for a total cost of $578 with $80. And just to finish it up, staff's making the recommendation that council adopts resolution 2024-085, authorizing the city administrator to execute a construction contract with Sharp Engineering, including the 15% contingency for $503,470. Any questions?
Any questions of staff?
Yes, I have a question. It seems to me that this pathway was put in for the 2010 U.S. Open. Was that 2011?
No, 2010. It was put in there for the U.S. and finished it just in 2010.
Well, anyway, I thought it was put in also to help Pebble Beach, and Pebble Beach contributed to the construction of it to begin with. Do you recall that?
I don't. I was on sabbatical. I don't remember the history, Council.
I do. It was part of an agreement, I believe it was part of an agreement that Pebble Beach had with the Coastal Commission to get some work done, to get some other work done inside of the forest. And so that was that path, the boardwalk down through the North Dunes and the staircase from the North Dunes down to the beach I think they were all paid for by the Pebble Beach Company. To satisfy some requirement that they had. Again, it was to complete the path. The project was to complete the path that actually goes from the Sillamar to the Carmel Beach. That was the last leg that wasn't done. And I think the Pebble Beach Company paid for that work in order to get permission to do something inside the forest. Like that was an agreement that they had worked out with the Coastal Commission, I believe.
But my question is, I think it also had something to do with the U.S. Open and people walking from Carmel over to there to get in through that one gate just past the gatehouse. And I wonder if there's any hope or thought that Pebble Beach might contribute something to this, because people still walk over to Pebble Beach on that path on a pretty regular basis now. So that was just a question. Had you talked to Pebble Beach at all about funding part of this? You have not. Okay. Thank
We'll
you.
take that into consideration when we get to public comment. Is there anybody else with questions of staff before I go to the public? Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak this item tonight? Please come forward and get on. Just got to come forward and get on the mic, please. State your name.
Hi, I'm Laura Overett, and I'm very interested in this project because it borders my property. So I have a couple questions. You mentioned that you're going to have to take out some of the trees and all of that. In 2010, the city took out all of our trees that we'd planted, and the city had told my mom where to plant them at the time. And they said that the city was going to replace all those trees. Well, a year and a half later, and lots of meetings with, I think it was Ken Talmadge and Mike Branson, the city came to me and said, Laura, we owe you. We can't afford to put any trees in. But the Coastal Commission required, at the time, they were going to require only California native. So I did the city a favor. I planted all of those trees, like 300 feet worth of trees, and put all those pots at the front and everything else. So when you talk about taking out these trees, I want to know, since I paid for all of those and we paid to irrigate the city's part of the planting thing and all those trees on city property, will the city at least help replace those trees so I don't have to do that again? And hopefully more mature trees. And the other question I had about this whole pathway is, and Dale Byrne would know more about it than I do, but that our neighborhood there is making great strides in trying to underground the telephone poles. Is there any way that this would coincide with when we can put those poles underground? Or even if this project wants to proceed first, is there a way to at least have the conduit laid for those wires, even though the plan might not have been, totally fixed up by then? I think rather than have the pathway reconstructed and then have to rip it up again.
I was
Anyway.
making a gesture at him. It wasn't a rude gesture, though.
It wasn't what?
At him. To wait.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Laura.
All right, thank you, Ms. Overett, for those questions. In terms of the trees, up to 3 city trees, no private trees, up to 3 city trees will be removed. Hopefully 0 are removed. It really depends on the contractor's means and methods. We haven't met with the contractor on exactly what equipment they're going to use. If they're going to use the worst case scenario, there's 2 trees up in the northern third of the project and 1 in the southern third. Again, all 3 trees, if they have to be removed, are city trees. It's more quite a bit of city shrubs and landscaping. We're going to replant it after the contractor's done. In terms of the undergrounding district proposed on the same stretch of San Antonio, we have been working with Carmel Cares and the Wallace Group. We know about the proposed undergrounding project. The undergrounding project there's 2 issues. One is that it's going to be located in the street. This is located in the pathway. Second is it's completely different types of construction. One is 44 spots. We're going to be, digging, doing concrete work, structural columns, lagging, and on a retaining wall in the edge of the right-of-way. A whole different project is cutting within the length of the street. So 2 different operations. Timing-wise, it didn't work out, and it's really apples and oranges. But we did consider the possibility of doing it concurrently. It just didn't work out.
Thank you, Bob. Anybody else, the public, wishing to speak this item tonight?
Andy Carr. So I had to replace a fence
along my property line because it had keeled over. Same thing as this. It was $18,000. They had to dig down, they had to put cement, they had to do a lot of things. That sounds like a lot of money to me. I don't, and I know he said, you said you got other bids?
Yeah.
And that's the best. And does it have to be done by an engineer? Can it be done by somebody who does fences that can do that? Yeah.
Bob, Ms. Carr, is that the extent of your questions, ma'am?
What?
Is that the extent of your questions, ma'am?
Yes, and
Traditionally, we want to get everyone to make all their comments and questions, and then have staff respond at one point.
Okay, and then the 15% contingency, again, I'd like that explained a little bit more.
Thank you.
All right, Bob. Well, let's see, is there anybody else in the public wishing to speak tonight? Anybody on Zoom? No. I don't see anybody. All right, close public comment, bring it back. Bob, would you respond, please?
Without an exact number, around 90 or 95% of the project is underground. The concrete caps, the lagging, things you don't see in the steel columns. The very last part of it is the fence itself. In fact, there was thought about having city crews do the grape stake fence. That's the easy, very easy part at the very, very end. We have we have the hardcore structural work to do before we can put the stake in there. In terms of 15% contingency, most capital projects for infrastructure repairs is a 10% contingency. It's got a rule of thumb. Sometimes we use all of it, sometimes we use none of it, sometimes we use somewhere in between. It prevents us from having to stop the project in the middle of construction, coming back to council, oh, we need a little bit more money. That's inefficient for all parties. The reason this one's 15%, which is higher than the average, is because of the amount of underground work. And there's we're right at the edge of a retaining wall. We have to use the one lane. Javier mentioned the southbound lane will be closed to traffic during construction. So all the contractor has is the narrow pathway, one lane, and then there's a retaining wall in some areas. So it's a very narrow area, mostly underground work. So the thought was 15% contingency should be sufficient. Hopefully it's more than we need, but it's a little bit more risky than some of the other boilerplate projects that is a 10%.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Bring it back to council for direction of comments.
I have a question for Bob before you sit down. So when this was originally installed, was it installed to this degree?
No.
That's why it failed?
That's why it failed, Councilmember. It wasn't designed, installed correctly.
Okay, so, that relieves my mind a little bit because I was hoping that wasn't like a $400,000 or $500,000 install in 2010 that failed.
In my professional opinion, what happened, there was two different disciplines that involved initial design. There was the concrete piers, which are fine. The structural component of the wall was fine. A different engineer designed above. The wood, the lagging, the fencing. They didn't match, they didn't connect well.
Oh.
So in my opinion, the design was doomed to failure. It did, and it certainly did. It was caused by water, not wind or anything else. The water rotted away the wood boards at the base, causing the fence to ultimately fail. This repair will last decades.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Yeah, I'm happy approving this. I think it would do well, though it could go to the Pebble Beach Company, as perhaps Kieran suggested, just sort of kind of hard after we go ahead and say we're going to fund it to go ahead and ask them for money, but still, I do think there's no harm in going ahead and saying, you guys have some exposure here. So with that, I approve it. I do think that it's a complicated project. So as a contractor, I can tell you there's nothing more difficult than this kind of job. We've got to go in and lag back into the hillside to secure it. Then you've got to go ahead and deal with all the traffic impacts too. Could be a lot of traffic circulation. Got to have traffic control, all that kind of stuff, so it's really expensive. Anyway, so I'm happy to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Roma, could we get a roll call?
Yep. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremoth?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now we can have a bio break now, or we could try to get through one more item. No, that's not, this is a big one. All right, let's take a 15-minute bio break. Come back at 22.
Councilmember Gamma, do you have to go?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Okay, well, this project has a lot of history. Going back to 2017, there was various alignments, there was various phases, schedules, personnel changes. In 2023, we locked in an alignment. We locked in a phase. We locked in the construction impacts and the special conditions of approval for an encroachment permit that are still subject to change. In fact, at the last hearing, there was an addition added. And tonight, before you, is another opportunity to make any final tweaks to the conditions. I want to point out a couple things. This is not a city project. It's a utility project for phone and internet, not for cable TV. The bulk of it has to do with placing aerial fiber optic cables attached to existing PG&E power poles. There is one section of underground conduit under San Carlos Street. It won't be open cut. It'll be 2 boring pits, and then they'll be digging, boring underneath. That's between Ocean and 7th. There'll be no trees removed. Back in October 2023, so a year ago, we came before you to introduce the project. We had a representative, Wade Broadbent, as we do tonight. I'll introduce him in a second. And we introduced the conditions of approval. At that time, there was a number of public comments. There was a number of questions and comments from council. So the direction from to staff was to go back and respond to all the comments. In February 2024, we came back to the council with those answers to the comments. That meeting was canceled due to the storms. We did receive additional comments then, as well as at the March 2024, there was some public testimony for additional comments. Since then, all comments have been addressed and researched and discussed with Wave Broadband. Okay, attachment, one of the attachments to your packet is the permit conditions of approval. Now, first I wanted to mention that these are standard construction management requirements. There's nothing really extra special here. It's really putting a bunch of construction management requirements to staple to an encroachment permit. Some of the key points of that permit is they have to pay a $25,000 fee. They're going to have a hold harmless agreement. There'll be a 24/7 wave hotline for any comments to the public. Traffic control plans have already been approved. They'll have an arborist full-time with line clearance certification during their aerial work. They have to restore any damaged facilities. Now, there was a number of comments asked in those several council meetings and in between, and all of them are noted in your packet. I'm just going to highlight the most prevalent ones and the most common ones. The first question was the weight of the cable evaluated with the structural integrity of the pole. The answer is yes. In fact, the California Public Utility Commission requires that every single pole be assessed with a safety factor of at least 2.67. To meet that safety factor, up to 8 support anchors will be required. Wave, after I'm done, Wave will be presenting their portion of the presentation. They'll be talking about how they check the structural integrity. None of the trees will be directly impacted. They're not attaching any cable to any trees. None of the fiber optic will not be connected to anyone's home. The only connection is at the Dowd Arcade and Sunset Center. One of the questions that came up a year ago was, hey, can they post a performance bond to ensure that they will meet all the city conditions and leave the city in the condition that they found it? That was a good comment. In fact, we added that to the condition of approval. So they will be posted a $100,000 performance bond. Some of these are more process comments. There was some comments about, because there is a high level of public concern, that the Planning Commission should provide oversight. Well, we did get a legal analysis by Gail Karish, our special counsel. There is no legal basis for the Planning Commission to review this encroachment permit. So that answers that question. Another comment was, gee, we need to follow the city's new wireless ordinance. That's not the case. This is not subject to the city's wireless. This is not a wireless facility. The question was, will there be other fiber optic lines installed in the city after this? Well, maybe. We don't know at this point. If there is any future, whether by WAVE or any other provider, that would be subject to a future encroachment permit. It's not part of this one. Some of the legal questions that came up, and like some hot off the press. The first one is this project exempt from CEQA? Let me see. Well, looking at the conditions of approval, there was a couple of conditions that do warrant additional clarification. One was condition number 9. I use the term environmental mitigation. That was unintentional, that term. So it's not mitigation. These are standard construction measures such as covering exposed stockpiles, which we do for any other project. There was another item, number 13, that required an archaeological monitoring. This is not required. That item will be replaced, or will be removed as it is, will be replaced because we have no known archaeological resources. So this condition will be replaced with the city's standard condition. And I want to clarify that the purpose of this condition is to put WAVE on notice of the archaeological sensitive zone, the overlay zone, in the vicinity of San Carlos Street at 8th and near Casanova Street in Palu, and that an archaeological monitor may be required if and only if the conditions warrant. And the underground work along San Carlos is not within the same overlay zone, so that work is not a problem. Therefore, based on the staff's findings, we find that this project is exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, for 2 sections. Section 15303, Class 3, which has to do with new construction and conversion of small structures. And the city also finds that it's exempt from CEQA in accordance with Section 15301, Class 1 of the CEQA statutes regarding existing facilities. And upon approval by the City Council of the encroachment permit, staff will be filing a notice of exemption. Moving on, the question is WAVE entitled to install this fiber optic? Well, the answer is yes. The WAVE has a state franchise to use the public right-of-way, subject to the city's authority to reasonably determine whether the proposed installation will incommode the public use of the streets. This can consider aesthetics. It is staff's opinion is that this fiber optic line on power poles is not incommoding the public street. And I'll skip the next one. The next question has to do with franchise fees. Will the city collect franchise fees for this project? Short answer is no, not for this project. WAVE is a telephone company. They have the statutory state franchise under Public Utility Code, and they can use the public right-of-way within the state. And they have, it's a telephone company with a certification of public convenience and necessity from the CPUC. They are also a video cable TV provider, but that's not what's being proposed. What's being proposed is strictly broadband, internet, and telephone. Based on those services, there is no franchise fees to the city. Okay, and this is all prescribed by the CPUC. If in the future WAVE or somebody else comes in and wants to provide cable TV or video services, then yes. Then if it's WAVE, they'd have to amend their authorization from the CPUC and then pay the city a franchise fee based on the revenues they collect for their video services. A couple other questions that came up that WAVE is much better capable to answer in a moment. Well, what is their customer service ratings? They'll let them talk about that. Some questions came up about, can they install the cable underground? Why can't they just put this thing underground in the first place? Or if it has to be overhead today, will they ensure the city that at some future day when PG&E and the other utilities convert from overhead to underground, will they also go underground at no cost to the city? And another was, what other benefits does this project bring to Carmel? And I'll let them speak to that. So before I turn it over to them, I'll be coming back, be happy to answer any questions. I want to introduce two representatives of Wave Broadband. Jeffrey Buckingham is the senior director. He came on board about a year ago to help. He's been talking to a number of people in the community to try to clarify what the intent of this project is. And he's been really helpful. Tim Melgard is the senior director of construction for Wave, and he can be happy to answer any construction questions. And Gail Karich is with Best and Krieger, and she is on Krieger. House close. And she is on Zoom to answer any legal questions you may have. I'll turn that over to Jeffrey.
Can you go back over number 12? I think we missed that. Right there.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. This was unrehearsed. Number 12. What discretion does the city have regarding this item in terms of either denying the encroachment permit or imposing conditions? And the response is, under state law, denial is allowed if the installation would incommode the public use. So we talked about that. Carmel Municipal Code Section 12.06 sets the process and standards over utility encroachments. So the city has to approve the permit application if the applicant meets the code standards, and staff is claiming that they do. Do I pass? Okay.
Yeah, no, okay. Well, we missed that one.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, all yours.
Right. Okay, good. Hi, thanks, Mayor Potter, City Council members. My name's Jeff Buckingham, as Bob mentioned. Here is a map of the area that we're working on. And as you can see, the green areas was constructed a number of years ago. The area in yellow coming through Carmel-by-the-Sea, it's kind of a U-shaped with that underground section going up San Carlos. And then the other section in Pebble Beach has already been approved and is just waiting for this piece to be approved to go through and finish it. Oops, hit the wrong button. There we go. This is the scope of work. So we're installing aerial strand and cables on existing utility poles, as Bob mentioned. The directional bore will be in the little red section there along San Carlos. And when we do a directional bore, we don't dig up the whole street. We just dig a hole, stick the boring through and dig underneath the pavement, and then it pops up later. So it has as little disruption to the street as possible. The project is anticipated to take 2 to 3 months to complete once the project's been approved. It'll have minimal disruption to the community. The speed at which fiber is attached to existing poles surprises a lot of people. It goes very quickly. Poles have been engineered and verified, as Bob mentioned, so they're able to support the additional attachments that have been approved by the pole owners. So Bob used the term, they have to have 2.67. What that number means is it's essentially, they need to be able to carry that much more weight. So 2.76 times the weight that they already have on them. So it's almost 3 times the level to ensure that they're safe. And as I mentioned, the permits for Pebble Beach have already been approved. This is a visual impact of what the cable might look like on an existing pole. So right now, if you look at any typical pole, and some of these vary a little bit, the bottom cable is usually the AT&T cable that's been there for years. Those are usually pretty thick copper cables. The next one up is the cable company. Those are usually a little bit smaller. And then the fiber optic cable above that is even smaller than that. And that's kind of a visual impact of what the cable would look like. The other factor is, as Bob mentioned, the purpose of this is to connect cell towers back to their network. So we're not serving any customers from this. So there won't be, if we were providing service in the community, there would be these little boxes that you can see on the AT&T section of the poles where they have lots of little wires hanging from and all that. We don't need to put any of that in, just the cables that come through. There were some questions last time about our customer satisfaction. Since then, this is some new customer satisfaction that comes out about Astound, which is our new operating name from the time we started all this. We were called Wave. And as you can see, our ratings nationally through PC Magazine Reader's Choice are 8.1. If you look down the line, the other providers in town, AT&T is 5.9 and Xfinity is 7.1. So, you know, we're rated highly by the customers we serve. Now, in this particular case, we're not serving customers in the community, but I think it does provide some kind of a view into how we conduct ourselves in general. And this is a statement from Scott Collins, who was the city manager of Morro Bay. We built out fiber to all the homes in Morro Bay. Project went very well. It's almost completed, but Scott and the other city council members in the community are very happy with how that's gone, and we've maintained a good relationship. One thing about the way that we work, when we work in a community, it's a long-term thing. We don't just come in, do something, and leave. So it's very important to us that when we work with communities, that we work well with them, because we're basically going to be working together in perpetuity.
And you should just say, Morro Bay, we started out with just, like we're proposing in Carmel-by-the-Sea, with small fiber lines within the community, and years later we came back and built out fiber to the home to the community.
And it was very welcomed. I still remember I walked into Scott's office, and we had known each other for years, and I said, hey, how'd you like us to build fiber to all the homes in Morro Bay? And he said, well, that's fantastic. What do I have to do? How much is it going to cost? I said, nothing, just work with us. We just think Morro Bay would be good to build to, and we like to do it. They said, great. And we provide periodic updates to the council, and you know, the last one we had, you know, the public was coming up and just saying, this is fantastic, thank you so much, it works great. And, you know, we're really happy with how it's worked. This is from Derek Johnson, he was the manager of the city of San Luis Obispo. We just recently, in partnership with the city of SLO, have been awarded a multi-million-dollar grant from the federal government, passing through the Public Utilities Commission, to build out additional fiber to the home in San Luis Obispo to the underserved areas of the community. So we have a very long-term working relationship with the city of San Luis Obispo, where we provide fiber to all the city buildings, and they allow us to use all the conduits that they have put throughout the city to help serve other residents. So we work very closely together.
And similar to Morro Bay, we started out with a footprint, but now we're starting to offer fiber to the home, fiber to the business services in San Luis Obispo as well. So similar approach to what we had in Morro Bay.
Undergrounding. You know, can this project be built underground adjacent to existing poles while other communications and electrical services remain overhead? Technically, it could be, but it's really more efficient and less disruptive to have all of the dry utilities in one place. That way, if an undergrounding project comes down the road later, which right now the council's considering a couple of those, everything can be moved at once in a coordinated way. If one utility was in the ground, especially in a city like Carmel-by-the-Sea, where the roads are very narrow and there's already other stuff in the roads, having something else there could be in the way of trying to underground all the rest of the utilities when that actually comes to pass. The other issue is, in this particular case, we're not providing service to individual homes, but if we ever did want to do that in the future, the community wanted that from us, everything is fed overhead. A utility underground would require undergrounding to every single home. So
For just the one utility?
Yeah, for that one utility. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to put one utility underground when the rest of them are in that infrastructure for that city. For future underground conversions, we would pay our pro rata share of undergrounding. So once this project is completed, if any of those areas get undergrounded, we as that provider for anything that would be put underground would pay for that. The slide here talks about a couple of different projects, and you may be aware of these Rule 20A projects. I think the ones that you're looking at now are nominated by the city. There's some money from the electric utility, and then the other providers all participate in that. 20B are paid for by the residents or the developer. So those are some of the projects, obviously, that you're looking at already. Additional benefits of having an alternative full-service provider in the city. In the cities that we work in, as I mentioned about San Luis Obispo, we partner with the cities. Atascadero is another example. They got some grant money, came to us and said, hey, what do you think about this? I said, well, we could take that grant money that you got plus some money that we would put in. We can build a network for the city that would tie all the city buildings together. And then we can also, while we're doing that, we can have a substantial enough of network that we can build off of that to serve the rest of the community over time. Just recently, we were put on the list for a grant that we applied for the city of Atascadero, so we'll be able to use that network that's being built now to build out some of the underserved areas of that community with fiber to the home. So that's already happening. We have other plans we're working on now to potentially build out to the rest of that city, and they're very anxious for us to do that. One of the other factors here is where the future will take us with broadband consumption. Right now, most communities are served by traditional AT&T in this area. A lot of that DSL service is past its prime, and most of it is not really in use anymore. There's cable service, and technology has helped to increase the speeds of cable service over time. But I think everyone agrees that nothing can compare to the speed that fiber optic cable can provide in the future. The theoretical speeds of fiber are infinite, and to prepare for the future, if you look at the growth of people's consumption of bandwidth over time, it's a curve straight up. And over time, in my view, there's nothing else other than fiber that can provide the kind of speed that communities need than fiber over time. And every community, that isn't tomorrow, it isn't next year, but over time, that will be something that every community has to deal with. There's a lot of services available through various wireless forms today, and they're very convenient, they're nice to have, but there are serious limitations on the amount of bandwidth you can move through wireless. There's, through low Earth orbit satellites. They're very convenient in a lot of ways, but they can't pass the amount of information that fiber optics can. Only that can do that way. So that would be an advantage if our network is coming through town. We have no plans to do anything else with it at this time. But if the community came to us and there was a real demand in the area for that, that's something we could look at, and that would be an advantage. And the other piece of fiber optic based services is their symmetrical speeds. So a lot of the internet that people have today is fast download, slow upload. Works for a lot of residential uses, but over time, especially with the development of AI and things like that, having those symmetrical speeds will become more important. We had the opportunity to reach out, talk with some of the residents in the community, talk through some of our issues. We remain available to talk with anybody who wants to talk with us about it. Are there any questions or anything we can answer while we're here?
Questions about council members? Any other questions? The issue about guy wires. There's a question here saying that guy wires, do they need cold need guy wires? And then what is the difference between the guy wires and support and anchors? What do those look like?
Yeah. Tim, you want to?
So the guy wire is the wire that goes from the pole attachment down to the anchor. So the anchor is the piece you attach to that's connected to the ground, and the guy wire is the piece that comes from the wire that comes from the pole down to the anchor. And so generally the anchors have 3 slots for guy wires, and so if there's not an available slot with capacity to support our additional line, then we have to install a new anchor to support the additional load on the pole. So
Do you know at this time how many of them there are?
we have 8 anchors that are planned on the project, and each anchor has an associated down guy with it.
And anchors are synonymous with guide wires?
Pardon?
Are they synonymous with guide wires?
The anchor is the separate anchor is the piece that's in the ground that stubs out of the ground, and the wire is the piece that connects from the anchor to the pole attachment.
And what's the maximum number of guide wires you have on a pole?
Generally, every attachment on the pole has a guy wire. So if you have 3 communications attachments, you have 3 guy wires associated with communications, and then if you have a high voltage and a secondary, then you'll have 2 additional guy wires. So you have up to 5 guy wires going to 1 or 2 anchors generally, sometimes 3 anchors. And they're generally all in a row, a couple feet apart, so it's not really a walking area in between the pole and the anchors, and so the additional anchor usually goes inside the other anchors, so it's a foot or so inside the other anchors, so it's really right adjacent to the existing anchor, so there's not a huge impact to the walking area with the new anchor because it's right adjacent to the other anchors. So same with the down guys, they go up from there. It just joins with the other ones.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. How big are these wires, the cables? Like this big or this big or?
Yeah, the 3/4 of an inch is the actual fiber optic cable, and the strand is attached to is about 1/4 of an inch.
Can you go back to slide 12?
That the picture?
Yeah,
That
so you said that this down wire was smaller than you said that this down wire was smaller, the cable was smaller than the AT&T wire and the Comcast wire? But those are my words, not yours.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I think we provided in the letter that we wrote some approximations on the different sizes of wires. So in this instance, this is a pole with relatively small wires.
One of the concerns here is like the visual impact, and 3/4 of it, the AT&T wire is like this, and the 3/4 of an inch is like that. Like those are.
No, AT&T wire is not like this. We can go outside and look across the street right now. The AT&T wires are hundreds of copper cables, and we were driving around town looking at them today. They're huge. I mean, they're the biggest thing on that pole.
These are AT&T. Okay, so maybe we're talking about different things. I'm talking about like the wires in front of my house. Like
Sure.
I don't have a multi-strand AT&T wire that's like this in front of my house.
If you drive around, we were driving all around Carmel today looking at those, and some poles have 3 AT&T wires this big around attached to them.
So you're in a distribution line at the very end of the line, right? So
That may be.
generally, so a phone cable starts out really big because it has to have pairs to feed the whole community, and then it gets smaller and smaller as it gets deeper into the community. And so if you're at the very end of the line, then your cable on the phone line is very small, right? But all these trunk cables have to feed 1 pair per home all the way to the home, so you have these big cables
that start and get
carrying
smaller.
down all the way to the end of the community where it's smaller, right? But versus the cable TV where it's pretty consistent, right? You have a coaxial wire and then you have a fiber cable in some cases, connected together. So this would be smaller generally than both the phone line
and Bob helped us show us the letter that we put together. It's about, generally the cable TV wire is about an 1.25 inches. What we're doing is about 3/4 of an inch. The cable TV is about 1.25 inches, and that can vary. And then, the typical copper cables, and they vary in size depending on what street they're on, are about 1.5 inches.
And there could be several cables as we saw driving around.
And one of the things that we were talking about earlier is that very few people use the AT&T cables anymore, the copper cables. Most of the services on those have retired. AT&T's raised the prices dramatically to try to get people off of them. And within the coming years, they'll be able to come in with salvage companies and remove those things. But it takes a long time to get people off of infrastructure that's been there for 100 years. But I think that's something to look forward to with aerial infrastructure is within a foreseeable future, a lot of those cables will come down. The big fat cables. You know, the fiber optic cables are going to generally be the smallest cables that will be on the pole.
And as Jeff indicated, ours, we want to have terminals on every pole, like cable TV and like the phone company, because we're just passing through. So it's just a cable running along the line. It's not, there's no boxes on every pole, adding additional clutter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just if I might then, Jeff, if I could just pile on here for a minute. So looking at this one, of this power pole here, I'd be interested in seeing graphically how the guide wires would attach to this.
So that's not a dead-end pole. So the only poles that require guide wires are end-of-line poles. So end-of-line poles, so at the end of a line, when the cable turns a different direction, then you require anchoring and guide wires. Generally on a pole line that's just going straight, you would have no guide wires. But if there's a bend where you come in at an angle, you also may require a side down.
So anybody build fence?
So on the map,
kind of like fences.
So to go off Dave's question, on the map that you provided, wherever it is, in the packet,
right there.
You only require guide wires when the thing changes direction from like north to south.
Right.
Correct.
From north to east.
Yeah, for the most part, because these are straight, north, south, east, west streets, so yeah. So,
Mr. Mayor and Council, if I may kind of clarify that, Public Works and Planning did go out and take a look at all of these locations of where the guy wires were proposed. In fact, one location it was relocated to an adjacent pole that still met the criteria. And in the conditions of approval, there's another case that specifies at the time of construction there might be another adjustment. So those have been, every location has been carefully selected and looked at by both Public Works and Planning.
So with this, so you talked about you talked about having all the dry wires underground and all that, and I get that, and I agree with that. But on this map that you have up here, Unipero is all undergrounded. Like there are no above ground utility lines on Unipero. So why does this map why do we not underground the line? Why do we not change the, what's it called? The map, why do we not reroute the cable to go under Unipero where all the wires are already underground, and then we could save all these above ground wires on Carpenter and Ocean, which is Ocean Avenue coming down into the city, and then Torres. Like why was this route chosen?
Because it's 5 times more expensive to put it underground than
well, let me ask you a different question. You showed on an earlier map that you are doing work in Pebble Beach, and I assume that's on 17 Mile Drive, right? Yeah, and Pebble Beach has an enormous undergrounding project where they have undergrounded all those lines under 17 Mile Drive. So is your wire going underground on 17 Mile Drive in that yellow area?
So all the yellow area is aerial, except for there's two spots where they've undergrounded, and we're participating. We are utilizing leased AT&T conduit for those 2 routes, and we're having to do a little bit of underground construction. So the vast majority of all the construction in Pebble Beach, in the north end of Pebble Beach, which is already completed, and the other route to the west, the majority, 95+% is overhead still, and we're constructing overhead. And it doesn't follow 17 Mile Drive all the way. So that is primarily aerial. And if again, it goes underground, we participate in undergrounding just like the other overhead utilities.
Can I ask you a question? It's all along the same lines, and I think maybe this is what Jeff's alluding to, is why don't, San Carlos Street have above ground wires? Can we just run it on San Carlos, and then when San Carlos gets undergrounded, it gets undergrounded with San Carlos?
Yeah, no, so the piece of San Carlos that we're building underground has no overhead lines, so that's why we're having to bore on San Carlos.
I mean, I get it, that it's expensive, but this is our community. And I think that, the gesture of undergrounding the lines on Unipro, I mean, I think that would mean a substantial amount to certainly all those people that live on Carpenter and Ocean and Torres and all that.
Give it a questions.
Okay.
Okay, so any other questions of the applicant or the staff? All right, I'll open it up to public comment then. There's an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to this item. 3-minute limitation on the testimony. Please come forward.
Sorry.
No problem.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Tasha Witt, and I'm an invested full-time resident. I stand before you to express my strong support for the installation of fiber optics in our city underground. The staff report addresses whether Astound is entitled to use the public right-of-way for overhead fiber optics. The question falls under the city authority to determine if the proposed installations will inconvenience public use of the streets, including aesthetic considerations. Our city attorney also highlights safety and well-being in this report. While our aesthetic argument may be limited for this installation, safety remains a critical concern. Our unique geography, characterized by upper canopy trees and coastal windstorms, makes overhead utilities particularly hazardous as storms bring down tree limbs, uneven poles, severing wires and causing service disruptions. Our current overhead electrical lines have proven to be a fire hazard. Astound's overhead lines exacerbate the existing problem of utilities running through our tree crowns on the same route. Although the project complies with CPUC standards, the CPUC does not protect us from the dangers of overloaded joint utilities. California has a history of electrical fires from overloading poles. Sooner or later, overhead lines need to come down due to fire risk and aesthetics. Rather than accepting Astound's piecemeal solution tonight, I propose the following steps. 1, seek a second opinion. We should argue that our specific environment presents unique dangers from overhead utility projects. 2, develop a long-term comprehensive undergrounding plan. Ensure that this and all future utility installations are placed underground, engaging utility providers to explore aesthetically compatible options. Many municipalities successfully made this transition, and we should too. Remove unused overhead infrastructure. Identify and eliminate old, unused cables and connectors to improve visual appeal and potentially generate funds through salvaging, especially copper. Include a contingency in the agreement. If you approve Astound's proposal, include a requirement that they will, at their own cost, remove overhead facilities and place them underground once the city adopts an ordinance requiring this. The city already requires homeowners of new builds to pay for undergrounding. Why shouldn't we have a similar policy for profit-driven utility companies? 5, involve the community. Engage residents in discussions about our infrastructure to guide our decisions. While the proposal may offer some benefits, I urge the council to deny it as it does not align with our city's goals for aesthetics and safety. By setting clear conditions for alignment with our long-term objectives for undergrounding utilities, we can protect our community and enhance its character. This decision will serve the best interests of our residents now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tosh. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor Potter and City Council members, and Jeff, I really liked your comments. I would like to thank Jeff Buckingham for meeting with our group and for being transparent. I'm deeply concerned about the Astound broadband proposal. It appears to be a veiled attempt to pave the way for the installation of 5G small cell towers in our residential neighborhoods. It's clear that Astound Broadband's infrastructure is designed to support 5G deployment, which could lead to unsightly installation of cell towers near our homes. Astound Broadband utilizes a fiber backbone to handle the bulk of data transmission. At strategic points, this fiber network interfaces with 5G towers and small cells. Carmel residents have expressed their strong opposition to having cell towers in close proximity to their homes, and it is crucial that we uphold their wishes and maintain the aesthetic appeal of our town. We need a well-defined plan to regulate the presence of such infrastructure in our community, and we must prioritize the undergrounding of utilities to protect the beauty of Carmel, as Jeff said. It's evident that telecom companies are motivated by their bottom line. So he was saying it costs 5 times more, but it is our town. And we cannot allow them to bypass our concerns with underhanded proposals. Let's work together to safeguard our town and reject proposals that do not align with our community's best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, I'm David O'Neill, and I just wanted to say that I agree with the words that have just been spoken by our fellow residents, and I appreciate the other words that were mentioned. You know, we're not in a situation where we don't have internet, where we don't have services. This is a situation where we're extending the opportunity for another company to have business and to develop in our community. And I think this is a great time for us to make a stand and start putting things underground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Next speaker.
Excuse me. Hey, Mayor and City Council members. Tim Toomey here, resident. I totally agree with Tasha and Christy and would like to add my support for their comments and recommendations. I too am in favor of fiber optics for our town. However, the safety and aesthetics play a big part in our decisions. While I appreciate the legal analysis from the City Attorney Office, it seems based on precedent for one size fits all. A second opinion taking the nuance of our town into consideration, I feel can offer us a better approach. Going forward, as we are wanting more bandwidth and companies are looking to provide fiber optic services in our village, we should have an overall strategy to minimize and reduce the overall clutter and potential proliferation of guide wires to support these poles for safety. If not, the same conversation will come up with the next fiber optic cabling project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next speaker. Dale Byrne, did you want to speak tonight? I cut you off earlier.
That's okay.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Anybody in the Zoom?
There's no answers.
Nobody? Okay. Bring it back to council for direction. Council members.
We go.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, I have a hard time voting for anything that's above ground because we're trying so hard to get everything underground. So that would be where I'm leaning towards. Everything that we are doing right now, we need to be doing with the notion that we're going to be underground. So.
Other comments?
I'll join in. I appreciate the comments we got from the residents, and I certainly agree absolutely about the aesthetic considerations and the safety. And this would be a gateway to get the 5G cell towers in that could proliferate in our residential neighborhoods. I just think that this company is a for-profit company, and they're doing a great job marketing themselves. But I just think that adding a whole nother set of these lines that are going to go through our tree crowns, it's just, it's not attractive, and our community is based on visuals and aesthetics, so I can't support this.
All right, I'd agree. Anybody else?
Well, you know, I would hope that there would be some middle ground. I mean, I think that this telecommunication project, I think, you know, as Tasha said, you know, she supports fiber, but underground, and I think that this stuff is important for the community, and I get, I get that we want it all to be underground. What I hear is that if we put all of it underground, that it will make undergrounding later dry utilities, like the later phone lines, the phone lines that are undergrounded later, the cable TV lines that are undergrounded later. It will just make that project more difficult. And to Bobby's comments, everything should be underground. My fear is that having these wires underground where everything is above ground will make the undergrounding later more difficult. Like that's what, so that sticks with me. I think that rerouting the line, rerouting a line under Junipero is the right thing to do. I think that will get rid of it will get rid of 3 guy wires. It will underground 6 blocks of lines. It will get us a third of the way there. And I think that that's an adequate compromise. So I wouldn't support, I won't support this application, but I might support a different one. Want to make that motion? The one in the middle. Or you're denying the application and saying bring back something. Well, I would, I'm not sure I would deny it as opposed to ask for a continuance and ask to see a different application. So I'm not sure that, my druthers would be to see it again with a different alignment. I'm generally, I think at this point that I would generally be okay with that. And I'm not sure that my motion is the motion to make. Well, I would second that motion. Okay, give me a second.
I do want to ask a question, Jeff. So you're talking not coming down where the blue line is now, but bringing it over down Junipero.
Yeah, let me say as I sit here and look at this map, let me say also that, as I kind of sit here and look at it, I did go out and look obviously at the power lines on Junipero to discover that there weren't any. And another thing I discovered, the thing that we all know is there aren't any power lines down Ocean either through downtown. So there are streets downtown that don't have any power lines. So unlike 8th Avenue, as I sit here and I look at this alignment, unlike 8th Avenue, which I think down at the bottom, 8th Avenue probably does have power lines. Unlike 8th Avenue, Ocean Avenue through downtown, while that would be more disruptive, doesn't have power lines. And so those lines could be underground. 7th Avenue, I didn't look at that. Chip, do you know whether 7th Avenue, it seems like there are alignments that could sort of traverse through downtown that could change this alignment where a lot of it could be underground in areas where there are already undergrounded lines, either down Ocean or down 8th, down 7th. The alignment could be changed to get rid of half or 2/3 of the above ground lines. Do you know offhand?
I don't know offhand.
7th is not underground, and I live on 7th.
Pardon me?
7th has overhead utilities.
The mayor who lives on 7th said they hope overground utilities there. So,
they have overground utilities?
Overhead.
Yeah,
you do?
Overhead. So, if your direction was to continue the item and we can look with these gentlemen on an alternative route to maximize the use of existing underground conduit, we would do that and come back to you.
Okay, I would make a motion to continue this application and have staff work with us down to find an alignment that maximizes the use of underground conduit.
I'll second that. Good. We have a motion. We have a second. Any other discussion?
And I'll say to that, I think that would be a good compromise to getting the benefit for the city of having these lines in. Yeah, I think that would be a good compromise.
Okay. We're clear on the motion.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jermall?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Alrighty, thank you all. We'll move on to the next item, which I believe is the report from
Housing.
housing element, yes. The Council Resolution 2024-06162 to develop alternative sites and programs would allow for the amendment to the City Council.
The housing one I do have.
Brandon, you handling this, or is Marnie?
Yeah, Marnie's going to join us remotely. I'm just going to introduce. So while Nova is getting Marnie pulled up, so Marnie's not able to join us tonight in person. She's joining us from home. So she'll be presenting the bulk of this online. I just wanted to take a minute to introduce and thank. So what we're here for is the second of the programmed updates on our efforts that you set us out on working to amend the housing element to remove the affordable units from the city-owned sites and find other places in the city to relocate those that hopefully will be more likely to come to fruition as well. And so we are here tonight for our second update. We're going to go in a little bit more detail tonight than we did at the last update of things that we've been working on with our partner group, the AHA group, many of whom are here this evening. That's been a really fruitful partnership and has been going really well. So Marnie's going to give you an update, and then I just wanted to also let you know that members of the AHA group are here tonight because they have been involved in this very heavily. And when we get to staff questions and answers, they're a resource as well because they've been doing a lot of really important work getting out there and learning about this and meeting with the community. So when we get to council questions, if Marty and I can't answer it quickly, I would certainly love to be able to invite some of the AHA members up to speak as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marnie. Marnie, do you want us to put the PowerPoint on here, or do you want to share your screen from there?
I think Nova's going to put it up in the chambers for me.
Some of the streets too.
The streets are going to be repaid.
How's the temperature, everybody? You guys want me to leave windows?
Well, actually, they're already repaid.
You okay with the flies here? Okay.
Yeah, for the first
There was a big one floating around.
They don't like the cold.
Wait, it's the housing.
I wonder how they go on a cement street. It's ocean cement.
Thanks for your patience. We're just getting the PowerPoint loaded up here.
We should do away with cement. It's too expensive. It's expensive. And noisy. It's cruel to make people wait so long.
Oh, it's on a different screen. Just open it from there. Right out loud.
I move continuance.
Due to technical difficulties.
Continue.
Until after December.
I want to go home soon.
All right, thank you for your patience after much ado. I'm going to turn it over to Marnie Waffle once again. Thank you to everyone for their help to get here where we're at tonight. Marnie, take it away.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and good evening, Council. So we're back before you this evening with an update on City Council Resolution 2024. As you may recall, our sixth cycle housing element was adopted in April 2024, so earlier this year, and then was certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. In July, the City Council adopted Resolution 2024-062, directing staff to work with the community group Affordable Housing Alternatives to identify alternative sites for affordable housing to the city-owned sites. So as part of that resolution, the council asked that staff return in September and October with updates. And so this is the October update. Next slide. So the goal of this current effort is to disperse the 149 affordable housing units that are currently identified on the city-owned sites to other sites throughout the village. And this table here just provides a breakdown of those units by each site. Next slide. So as we had discussed in September, the focus of the AHA group as well as city staff has been on 4 primary strategies. The first strategy is ADUs and JADUs. The second is church sites. The third, the downtown sites. And then the fourth is the hotel to residential conversions. So we have engaged consultant Veronica Tam and Associates, who is providing technical support as we explore these different strategies. Next slide. So since September, the AHA group has developed subcommittees, and there's a subcommittee on ADUs and JADUs that has been working really hard to compile a lot of information. Staff has also been compiling data on the type and size of ADUs that are being created today in Carmel. The idea being that identifying smaller units is likely to yield lower rents, which makes them more affordable. So as part of this strategy, we're looking for those smaller units, and we're developing a survey to reach out to property owners to find out how those ADUs are being used post-construction. We're also updating our ADU projections based on permit data. And the AHA subcommittee on ADUs has authored a very robust educational guide for homeowners. City staff has been providing input on that guide. The draft is nearly complete, and we will be distributing it for feedback in the next week or so. Next slide. With regard to the church sites, there is a potential to increase our affordable housing projections under SB 4. Currently, we've identified SB 10 for one of our church sites, which would only yield market rate housing. So we're exploring this strategy under SB 4. We're also looking for the most viable church sites, and those are sites between a half acre and 10 acres in size with space for development. Property owner interest is going to be a really important component to the development of private property. So we're also working on scheduling meetings with church representatives. We expect those to take place in the middle of October. And as part of our outreach, we'll be talking with the churches about the creation of ADUs on church property where church housing also currently exists. Next slide. With regards to downtown sites, with the immense help of the AHA group, we are starting an inventory of existing office space that's currently for lease downtown, as well as creating an inventory of vacant commercial space that could potentially be used for housing. These sites need to be analyzed under the HCD criteria to determine their viability for redevelopment. So the first step really is identifying the locations and then starting some of that analysis, which includes looking at land to improvement ratios. So the consultant, Veronica Tam, is combing through a bunch of data from the assessor's office, looking for those parcels that have the low ratio and may be more ripe for some additional development. At the same time, the consultant's also looking for opportunities for lot consolidation, which focuses on adjacent lots that meet this criteria for redevelopment. Next slide. On the hotel to residential conversion and other hotel programs, we're looking at revising the hotel employee housing projections based on hotel size. So this is the program that sets aside one or more employee housing units in exchange for a hotel room. Currently, we projected 31 units from this program, and we're looking at changing the analysis and allowing up to 5% of the hotel rooms to be employee housing. So what this does is allow the larger hotels to have potentially a few more employee housing units than the smaller ones, and this could increase our affordable housing projection from 31 units to 48. In the next week or so, we'll be scheduling a stakeholder meeting with hoteliers to discuss opportunities, incentives. And again, this is another program that's going to really be dependent upon property owner interest in this model. Next slide. So since the release of the staff report, the city staff and the AHA group had a meeting with consultant Veronica Tam. We called this a summit. It was a 4-hour meeting that took place and gave us an opportunity to really delve into the details of the different strategies with the consultant, ask questions, and kind of figure out what next steps are. So a couple things that came out of that summit is that we do need to start identifying replacement sites and analyzing those for viability. So that's key to transferring units from the city-owned sites. We also know that the minimum lot size for affordable housing in HCD's eyes is half an acre. However, we do know there are some limited exceptions to that. So we're looking at what other cities have done in using a smaller lot size and trying to build off of that work. Also looking at, as I mentioned, swapping SB 10 for SB 4 on church sites. This will yield more affordable units and will help with that transfer of units from the city-owned sites. Another item that came out of the summit was incentives in exchange for a 5-year deed restriction on affordability. So for like the ADU program, if the city developed incentives to entice homeowners to build an ADU in exchange for a 5-year deed restriction on affordability, that could also help with transferring units off of the city sites. And then the last item I'm going to highlight is regarding office conversions. So, you know, converting existing space is a lot more cost effective than brand new construction. And it's possible that office conversions may qualify under the moderate income category. So that is being pursued as well. Next slide. So just kind of in summary, this is a complex endeavor to amend the housing element. It does require a substantial amount of analysis, which does take time. So originally we had talked about coming back to the council with a draft of a potential amendment. I think we've made some great progress in developing some strategies to pursue, but we're just not quite there yet with a draft amendment. The intent really is to really flesh out these strategies and make sure that they are viable before engaging with HCD on a potential amendment. And then just wanted to reinforce that the city sites can only be removed if acceptable alternatives are identified. And that's what we're doing right now is identifying what those alternatives are and what they might yield. So we do need some additional time to hold meetings with the church representatives and other stakeholders, as well as complete some of the analysis that we have begun. But a lot of work has been done over the last couple months, and the AHA group has invested many hours in developing these strategies and collecting information. So we're definitely on the path towards developing some alternatives. It remains to be seen whether we'll reach 149, but we are cautiously optimistic and would like to continue moving in that direction. Next slide. I think that's it. So I'm available to answer any questions. I know we have some representatives of the AHA group also attending tonight that can answer questions as well.
Thank you, Marnie. Are there any questions of Marnie by council members at this time?
I've got a couple, Mayor. Marnie, first of all, thank you for that presentation. That was very helpful. A couple of things I just wanted to ask about. I've always been eager to see if we could do the Sarah School, because it seems like that's another example of something that's already there. You're not building something from scratch. If that could be converted, if there's been any progress with reaching out to the diocese and discussion on that. Should I just go ahead and ask all of them and then I'll wait for answers? Okay. My second question regarding downtown sites, I've also been a proponent of seeing if, for example, the upper floor of the Carmel Plaza or some of the vacant spots, and you mentioned you were looking for existing office space, if some of that might be able to be looked into. And then my third question is, are you looking to do all 149 sites, or if just enough right now to get the north lot of Sunset Center off of the list? Thank you.
Okay, so are you looking for an answer from Marnie on that, or do you want to go with the AHA group?
However we want to do it.
Let's do Marnie.
Marnie, are you capable of answering that?
Sure. So if I heard you correctly, the first question was regarding repurposing the school at the Carmel Mission?
Yes.
So we are in the process of setting up a meeting to talk with the representatives of the mission. And I do expect that we'll have a meeting on the calendar in the middle of mid-October. I don't have any specifics right now. I do believe that the former classroom space is being utilized for other activities associated with the mission, but I certainly will know more after our meeting later this month. Downtown, we have not been focusing on Carmel Plaza, but we can certainly add that to the mix of opportunities. I think as everyone kind of realizes, there's not going to be one silver bullet that's going to address the affordable housing. We're really going to have to sort of pick away at it with multiple strategies and multiple sites. So we can certainly revisit Carmel Plaza if that is the will of the council. And then as far as all sites versus the north lot. At this point, we're conducting analyses to see what the capacity is on alternative sites. We're not sure yet if we're going to get to 149, but if we do or we get beyond, that would be a success.
Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you.
I have a couple things to add,
go
or
to
the AHA group does, just to those questions, and we can wait until the end, but just so you know.
Okay, so Victoria, are you leading the charge here?
Looks like
Which one
it.
of you is the spokesperson?
Do you want me to go ahead and?
Sure, please.
Okay. Just to just add to a little information to what Marnie said, the Sarah School, there have been preliminary discussions prior to this meeting that that Marnie's referring to. Our understanding is that they're interested in putting transitional housing into the school, so that is an active area of questioning. We have confirmed with our consultant, Veronica Tam, that would qualify as affordable housing as long as it's configured properly to the HCD standards. So that's very promising, and that's one of the reasons we're setting up this meeting, is to pursue that. The upper floor of the plaza is not off the table in any way. We're actually, we just haven't surveyed those blocks yet. We've surveyed adjacent blocks and come up with similar solutions or potential solutions. And then 149, you heard it from Marnie. Anything else that I didn't cover?
That's it?
Question time?
Sure.
Have you had any luck with hotels?
Yes. Hotel.
So, let's see. Originally, it started out in the housing element. You know, there's the 2 hotel programs that Marnie talked about. One was for the employee housing, and we were able to, with Victoria Tam, she said, Veronica, geez, God. Yeah. She was questioning how, so we got credit for 31 units on that. She's questioning how HCD came up with that number. There's no rationale for it. So she asked, so we went back, took the number of rooms that all the hotels represent, and she said that's only 3% of the rooms. You know, rule of thumb is you should get at least 5. So, so I think, as Marnie explained, so some of the larger hotels could get more than 1, 5%, and probably not, using that methodology, probably not every hotel would have the opportunity to take advantage of that. But she's just thinking with, looking at it by amount of rooms, that we get to that number through those hotels. And the hotel to residential conversion, originally in our housing element, they only identified 5 potential opportunities because they had to be a half acre or more. Hoff's House, Pine Inn, I can't remember, there's a couple of others in there. And Mark Watson is on the hotel group with me. He looked at kind of the financials around those hotels and just their situations, and they're not in a position where they're going to take advantage of that opportunity to convert to residential housing. So in working with Veronica, we were able to identify what does it take to get around this half-acre requirement. And there's some questions. You've got to get for the hotels, property owner interest, maybe developer owner interest, and deed restricted units would get you there. So that's what we're looking at. Mark has a land use attorney that we've been using, and he's come up with, the program already exists in the housing unit, and the housing element, and he's come up with an enhanced version of this where it gives incentives to developers taking those hotel units that are converted to residential units and what they're able to do with them, so on and so forth. So where we're at now is that it's kind of been a chicken and an egg thing where we haven't really enhanced the program, and we really have to do that before we go out and talk to the property owners and developers. They're going to want to know, exactly what we're getting, what are we getting in for. So we're at that point. We're going to meet with what's his name, Daniel. I can't remember his last name, Saveri, yeah. He was at the community meeting that we held, and he expressed an interest. He's a affordable hotel to residential developer. So he expressed an interest in talking to us. We're going to reach out to him, probably within a week or so, and then have a gathering of hotel owners, property owners, to go over the plan and try to nail down some interest.
And is council aware, do we know, of the selling of the keys aspect of this?
Well, yeah, so you're all aware of that.
Speak into the microphone.
I was asking Tim, council is aware of the selling of the keys Newport Beach aspect of this, which is somewhat new, I thought.
Yeah, you're aware of that. Yeah, so it's a
two hotel programs, really. It's the selling of the keys and also creating more hotel rooms in exchange for some affordable by design units.
well, yeah. So
That I know there's no silver bullet, but that's a pretty good bullet.
oh yeah, and that's kind of the.
Affordable by design.
That's right, exactly. That's kind of so. If you have a small hotel, say 10 or 15 units, those hotel rights are worth a lot of money. And so the hotel could sell those keys to a developer, keep the hotel, convert it to affordable housing, and be fine. Or they could sell the keys to a developer and also their property to a developer, and come out financially in pretty good shape. So there's so we're trying to get that information out. We don't know what the value of the keys. I think it's market driven. So, but they're in the neighborhood of like $300,000 to $400,000 a room. So it's a lot of money. So hopefully that's a big incentive to get these converted. And another advantage is that this is an adaptive use, and that helps us get over that half-acre hurdle that we're taking existing buildings and converting them from hotels to housing. So it's not building anything new, it's just strictly a conversion. And there'd be some nuances, within that, as far as how many hotel units does it take to, convert to, residential affordable housing.
One last question. I know that last time I think we up here, you talked about, you met with the Carmel Foundation, so did you have any more chats with Kim Stemler? Because I know that she wanted to set up an open house at Trevitt Court to try to get people in there to see what that looks like.
I don't think we have anything on that. Oh, maybe Brandon does.
I'm sorry. One other thing on the hotel to conversion program, we didn't get any credit in the housing element. So we're pretty much starting from scratch.
I have a question about hotels.
Can I answer the question about Kim Stemler? So it's a good question because, as we know, the only actual affordable housing in the city is managed by the Carmel Foundation. I've talked to Kim. Right now, they don't have any plans for building any more housing. What I've talked to them about is if we are able to set up some sort of affordable housing project or in the future where those units have to be monitored on an annual basis. They already have the system in place to report back and forth with the state every year. So there is some interest from the Carmel Foundation to help us with that, which is a huge resource because a lot of cities have to set up a department in and of itself just to do that. Yeah. Doesn't mean we wouldn't have to pay a little bit for it, but there's interest on their part to help us as a partner with that. So that's something. But as far as them constructing anything, they did purchase the Red Cross building. We had a conversation with them. At this moment in time, they're not looking at building that into housing. They're looking at more services and community space for their clients in that space.
Oh, thanks, Brandon.
My question is about hotels. Back up there, Tim. It was my understanding that at one time the use permits for hotels required a manager's unit. And has anybody looked into going through the use permits and seeing what hotels were required to do that then converted them into hotel rooms?
No, but that's we should look at that if that's a requirement.
At one time.
No, I think that's a question for Brandon.
I'm going to take you on that one, my friend. Marnie, can you speak to that one at all? I don't think we've gone through and looked at any of the use permits yet, but that would be something we could do.
Yeah. Wear your bulletproof vest.
Marnie, you still there? Oh. did we lose Marnie?
No, she's there.
Okay. She doesn't want to talk.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The audio is just not so great.
That's okay. I don't think we've gone through and looked at the use permits yet, but it's certainly something we could do, right? Well, I know
Yes,
we could, but we haven't yet.
We have not yet, but we absolutely can do that. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I have another question. Are we going to open to the public or just still questions? Okay, has there been somewhat of a survey done as to how much of the Carmel forest we will lose if we have a huge number of ADUs go in? Has anybody looked at how many trees are removed when an ADU goes in?
Yeah,
this is near and dear to my heart. I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, obviously, like with ADUs, there's, it's deregulated to some extent. So
Can you talk a little closer there?
with ADUs, it's obviously deregulated to some extent, so it's a bit outside of our control. There was, if you came to the community meeting, there was a sense that we were really going to push ADUs, and that we had a little bit of cold water on that. So sort of to pull back, one of the key learnings that we've had of late is that, as you're familiar, you get this 30-30-30-10 credit where you're allocating the income levels, right, to the ADUs. So that is true on a projected ADU, but if you actually go and build a permitted ADU, what we're hearing is that we wouldn't get that credit. So that makes it a significantly less attractive avenue for us with ADUs, because the projected ADUs are based on a formula that we really can't influence at this point. And so there is a potential that if we find that a number of these ADUs are rented to family members, for example, at no cost, that we could get some credit. But I think overall, and Nancy, you can speak to this as well, but my take on this is that ADUs are not going to be like a primary driver of how we get to those 149 units, whereas in the past we thought that maybe that could be the case. So I'd say that's a big takeaway, and maybe that allays some of the concerns about trees.
So I would add a couple of points that Marnie has made it really clear that when new requests for ADUs come in over the counter, that even though we don't yet have our ADU ordinance, which is in the works, is that they strongly encourage saving trees, taking care of trees on the property, and also aligning to our design guidelines, even though there's not a confirmed requirement for that at this time, because we're relying on the state law. And she's found, and through talking to the rest of the staff and planning, that folks are really receptive to aligning to those requests in order to support the whole aspects of character in our village. So there is some assurance. It's not a hard line by any means in today's state. So I wanted to offer that. And then Veronica is going to do, to the point that Hans had just made, is going to do some more validation in conjunction with the research that Marnie is doing on the existing ADUs to really validate whether or not this fuzziness that we're getting, because there's moving targets in the HCD world, as we have learned, that whether or not the 30-30-10 can still apply in the planning mode, because we have many units that are still under construction. As many as 20 are under construction right now in town. So there is still hope for getting credits for those units, but we've got to double click, triple click on all of that to get the facts, because of ADUs oscillating on some of how they reinforce. But Hans' point was valid in that in the planning mode, which is allowable in the first year, the 30-30-10 model works, and that was what HCD honored. Or kind of honored, but in the actual build out and delivery of ADUs, it's not like they can't receive credit for a low income if they're a small unit, but it's less precise with regard to what credit we will be receiving from HCD. So it just gets, there's a lot of weeds in this thing. So apologize, but there you go.
And then, can I just add really quickly, in response to Councilmember Ferlito's question about the trees, in the data that we've collected so far, over 50% of the ADUs that are either completed or under construction were actually conversion of existing buildings. So we are seeing a pretty strong conversion rate versus, you know, it's a little bit more than the new construction, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Jeff, did you have another question?
Yeah, so I don't understand. I'm going to go back to the point Hans, your and Nancy's point. So if our housing element says we are going to build 100 ADUs, what you're saying is that, let's say over the course of the 8 years, we build 100 ADUs, like we hit the number on the head, but we were allocated 30, 30, 30, and 10. So you're saying at the end of the 8 years, we're not going to get the credit for the 30, 30, 30, and 10? So that's sort of pie in the sky?
Well, there's two aspects to what you're saying. The first is we were given credit for a projected 34, right? And so we thought we could outperform by going and doing guest house conversions and incentivizing ADU production. And so we'd have these permitted units potentially in the next year and a half, right? So that looks obviously less fruitful at this point. The other thing, which I was actually just going to say, and to your point, is what we're learning is there is this mid-cycle review. So 4 years in, right. And so, it's projected 30, 30, 30, 10 on those 34 units. But when we get to 4 years in, they're going to want to actually go and see, hey, what is the actual affordability?
Oh, so they're going to ask us
unit?
So this data that we asked for last month that staff is collecting,
right.
HCD is going to ask us for this data, and if we show them that only 35% of them, I'm going to be generous.
So
35% of them are occupied. That's all the credit we're going to get.
So every year we do this annual progress report, and one of the things that Marnie has said is that HCD gave her a really hard time and said, hey, like, we're not going to give you the credit for those
the affordability,
right, from like when they're actually built. And so then our consultant was saying that when we get to, one of the things she said was we don't want to overload on ADUs because it's going to be hard for you to hit those projections, right? Like when you get to mid-cycle and you haven't hit the affordability projections, they may even come back and say, hey, you've got to make up for that somewhere, right? So that was unexpected. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Okay. Can I just add one quick thing? The good news is that reorients our strategy into affordability. So building on what Marnie said about 50% are conversions, we haven't yet decided as a group and as a council, we haven't decided or figured out ways that we can actually incentivize affordable ADUs, whether it's very small JADUs, whether it's always a conversion, whether it's something that doesn't affect trees at all. That's within your power to incentivize in terms of how you process the permits, in terms of possible grant money, in terms of possible water incentives. All of that is, so when we got that bad news, it just reorients us into, if we're going to do this, we do it small units. We can say zero impact to trees if we want. That would be, I would say, coincident with affordability, because small units are going to be more affordable. And we can, and so this whole, and then we learned from another good news from the consultant, that in our minds, deed restriction was a really heavy burden. 50 years, 55 years, 35 years is what we'd heard. Well, it turns out HCD has already accepted 5-year deed restrictions and 10-year deed restrictions. 10 years would get us to the next cycle. So these are things that, it just reorients our ideas about how to handle ADUs, and I think it would help with the forest stuff.
That's big news.
It's big news. It's really big news. They've already accepted, it's not controversial.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay, well, then why don't we open up the public and see if there's any questions of the public? Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak tonight to this item?
So I have a question about the 1/2 acre sites, because when I read the housing document, it said that they don't want to see like tenement housing. They want to see units dispersed within the village. So doesn't that go along with building on smaller sites? So how does that make sense? Okay, so that's the one thing.
So the short answer is it doesn't. This is, as Tim said, I mean, this is the thing where, you know, it's the one size fits all thing. We're not a one size fits all kind of town. But what this group, what we've been uncovering and talking with our consultant and doing a ton of research, is that there's ways to not get around that, but to address that by putting multiple sites together, looking at downtown properties and saying this is, you know, multiple sites is one area, and we can look at some housing opportunities there. So there's ways to combat that, because we're not the only city in the state that's dealt with this. But it is, the short answer is it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing was the city-owned sites that the city actually owns that we can build on, not that they're supplemental, not that, you know. Where do those fit into any of this? Because I don't hear anyone talking about the Scout House. I don't hear anyone talking about Flanders Mansion. I don't hear anyone talking about Rio Park. I don't hear anyone talking about things that the city actually owns, not that we have to beg, borrow, and steal from other people. So I'd like to know about that.
Well, let's get the rest of the questions out first, and then we'll answer.
What?
Does that the balance of your questions, Andy?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else with questions tonight? Anybody else? Last call. Okay, is there anybody on there?
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, all right. Now you're ready.
Okay. It's good. It's good for my healing knee. So the last question was, why are the other city sites not on there? If you recall, the resolution that you adopted, the task that was set out in front of myself and this wonderful group of people and Marnie and our consultant was to try to find a way to get the housing off of city-owned sites, and that's what we're doing. And we think that it's more than that, and we've all kind of discovered and are all really, I think, really excited about this opportunity, because getting them off of those city-owned sites where they're at now is going to disperse the units more throughout the city, make it probably more realistic for them to get developed in the future, because it's not one project that we have to get lucky to find a big fish basically to do a project. We're going to have little projects all throughout town that are realistic. So right now, the focus of this group and the staff and our consultant is focusing on non-city owned properties, because they have more strings attached to them as government public owned property. So we're trying to find solutions that are going to be more nimble and more realistic in the short term. If we don't get to that magic 149, we might have to have a difficult conversation, but like Marnie said in her presentation, we're cautiously optimistic and we're charging ahead for the 149 plus, hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Brandon.
And can I just answer, sorry, really one quick thing about this half-acre thing? We have 2 pieces of news from our consultant that are really encouraging about that. One is that she's the only, as far as we know, the only consultant that tends to work on these things who has successfully reduced the half-acre requirement in another jurisdiction, and that was for Beverly Hills. In Beverly Hills, she used a clause that's called the HCD small project qualification, which means that any project that's between 16 and 20 units has the same type of viability in HCD's eyes as a half-acre site. And sometimes you can, like Beverly Hills did, you can increase the density on a site to fit 16 to 20 units, and therefore, if it's not a half-acre site, it still qualifies as a project and as a viable project. All this half-acre stuff has to do, weirdly, with the skepticism that HCD feels that you won't get financing unless you're at a half-acre site. But if you, so nothing that we say about we have financings or the church is going to pay for it or whoever's going to pay for it, that doesn't convince them. But there's this other path, which is a 16 to 20 unit small project. And we are very it's very suitable for Carmel. So we've been having conversations with her about pulling a Beverly Hills and reducing that 0.5 to something smaller, probably, hopefully, smaller than 0.35. And then the other thing we learned, and this has just been mentioned in passing, that also addresses the 0.5, is that she believes, Veronica believes, that adaptive reuse has a special place in HCD's eyes. So that's why the hotel program is so promising, because she believes that with letters of interest and a robust program, they won't be looking at the 0.5 acres if you've got a building that you're going to change into housing. It can be a different size project. It can be a much smaller project. So those are the two half-acre related things.
Can I ask a question about that? If you convert a hotel, which brings in TOT, lots of TOT, even if it's a smaller hotel, it's bringing in TOT, or you convert a store on the ground level, which brings in sales tax, and you convert that to housing, isn't that a pretty expensive way to do it if you're going to give up TOT or you're going to give up sales tax?
So it would be, yeah. Thank you. I was going to say, and Tim probably agree. Like, you're going to get nicer, newer hotel rooms. Certainly, with these keys we talk about, a key is like a room. They're not going to go away. They're just going to possibly move to another site, get renovated, charge a higher average daily rate, which means our TOT on a percentage base goes up.
Remember the very first thing that we talked about was Pine Inn changing one of their old rooms into affordable housing, affordable by design, and having them build a new suite above their parking lot. The TOT would quadruple, and they would have two things. They would quadruple their TOT, the owner would make more money, and they would have employee housing.
But it didn't get a very warm reception because of zoning change. So,
That's the next council's decision.
So what, and to your other point about the retail stores, it's probably more true that you might find retail not coming back because retail is what it is these days. However, it's a much smaller number in individuals towards like the sales tax that we get as a city. And I think if the council were to look at that as sort of like a trade-off of not collecting a small amount, much more percentage of sales tax versus creating some actual true affordable housing in the city. There is a trade-off to that one. But I think as far as TOT, which is the big leg of our three-legged stool, we would not see that go down. I do believe we'd see that go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I think we have a hard time visioning is what would this 16-unit thing look like? What would it look like?
Trevette Court's 14 units. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any questions or comments other than we've already opined on? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I've got a super quick question. Should we set a date for another update from the group and Marnie? Or?
November, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Next month?
We'll have a standing item but also have a standing item.
On election day?
No.
Really?
We
It'll
can't
only be
have,
40
we
only
can't
45
load
minutes
that.
to an
We
hour.
can't load that up on election day.
No.
Okay,
How
all
about
right.
December?
December.
All
Let's
right,
do December.
Yeah.
We'll take a break.
All right. Okay, guys, thank you. Let's move on then to our final item, which is
And then
consideration.
I have to
Permanent encroachment permit. Bobby, you're going to recuse
I'm going to
yourself.
have to recuse myself because I live close to the project. And with that, good night, everybody.
Take care. There's a stone border around a landscaping planter and a public right-of-way fronting on a single-family residence located on Torrey's Court, 4 northwest of 6th Avenue.
All right, Marnie, you're up.
Great. Okay. So the last item on your agenda is a request for a permanent encroachment permit. The site is the historic Hansel and Gretel cottages on the east side of Torres Street. These were built in 1920 by Hugh Comstock, and they are arguably the most visited storybook cottages in the village. The owners completed a substantial remodel in 2022, and they'll be breaking ground soon on a new detached garage. The right-of-way landscaping that has been installed was approved on a landscape plan. However, the stone border and the stone entry path as well as the landscape lighting and the asphalt repair was not clearly identified. The owners would like to keep most of these features, and so that's why we're here this evening. Next slide. So the existing encroachments that are before you are the stone borders around the planting areas, the stone entry path that leads up to the gate, and then the additional asphalt that you see in the photo. On the right-hand side, you can see the outline of the 3 areas of landscape planting. Near the bottom of that diagram, you see the driveway to the new garage that will be constructed. And then the blue box to near the top of the rendering is an off-street parking space. So these are the encroachments that we're discussing this evening, just these 3. Next slide. This is a survey of the site conditions prior to the remodel that was undertaken. And I apologize, I don't have a laser pointer to identify for you, but there is a large swath of asphalt shown in this diagram. That's to the right of the edge of the roadway. So originally there was a lot more asphalt in front of the property than there is here today. So the amount of plant material has increased. Next slide.
Marty, if I can interrupt you, Councilmember Felito specifically asked that question. So that line, Brian, can you show that line, please, in the PG&E box? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how it happened. It certainly didn't happen under the current administration's watch. But at some point in time, the right of way was over asphalted.
May I add to that?
No. Just 1 second, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Would you like me to continue?
Yes.
Oh.
It's so hard to.
I was just going to point out, because the comment was made, this swath here is what Marnie was talking about. All this, you see, this is the word asphalt right here. All this swath is what she was talking about. That was asphalt, right? Right, that we had. Correct.
But where's the planter? On that,
There's no planter.
there was no planter.
There was some planting on the north end. If you see that line that kind of goes down the middle, it shows the boundary of what was asphalted, and then there was a little bit of landscaping behind that.
Up here, Marnie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but not in front of the property.
But just once again to clarify, we encourage people to landscape in the right of way. Hardscape's a different matter in boulders, but landscaping is something that's certainly encouraged.
I understand that, but I'm asking, is the big bulb that's there now was not there?
The big bulb of landscaping?
Yeah, if you go to the next slide and it shows the red bulb there.
What Marnie's saying, I think, ma'am, is that there was some landscaping in the right-of-way under the northernmost red bulb. Maybe Mr. Congleton, when he comes up, he can explain that to us.
Okay.
Keep moving along, Marnie.
Okay, so I guess in short, what I'm trying to communicate is that the right-of-way contains more landscaping today than it did prior to the remodel. And that is shown here in the 3 areas that are outlined. So the area to the north, or the top of the screen, was an existing landscaped area. The area in the middle is new landscaping, and then the area to the south that has the trees has also maintained some landscaping. And actually, I think it's gotten a little bit bigger. So next slide. So as the council is familiar, there are 9 encroachment standards that are outlined in the municipal code. They are listed here. There's an analysis of each one of these in the staff report. I'm going to go through the next couple slides pretty quickly and just highlight some key points from these standards. So next slide. So under need, is there a justifiable need for the encroachments? And are the encroachments in the public interest? Do the encroachments create a hazard to public safety? Next slide. Do the encroachments adversely affect drainage patterns? Do the encroachments adversely affect vehicular or pedestrian traffic? Next slide. Does the encroachment diminish public use or enjoyment? Is it in the public interest? Next slide. Compatibility speaks to not installing sidewalks and concrete curbs, which this project does not do. It also speaks to whether or not these encroachments will set an undesirable land use precedent, or whether they will adversely affect the usability or enjoyment of adjoining parcels, which in staff's opinion, this encroachment does not. Next slide. Does the encroachment adversely affect public property? Does it significantly reduce the greenbelt area? Are significant trees impacted? Next slide. And then this is whether there's mitigation is necessary for the loss of the use of the property. Staff finds this is not applicable, as well as standard I. So next slide. So applying these standards to this particular application, the benefits that the encroachments provide is that it corrals tourists to the areas where the historic cottages are most visible, for taking photographs and just for general viewing. The stone border protects the landscaping both from pedestrian foot traffic as well as from vehicles. These encroachments, one of the benefits is that it enhances the public enjoyment just due to the sheer volume of visitors that come to view these historic cottages. The applicant and the owners really believe that there's an enhancement to the public in this circumstance, where the encroachments create an attractive environment for the number of visitors that actually come to the property. The stone borders also help to minimize erosion from these planter beds, and also redirect water into the street. So those are some of the benefits of the project. And then next slide. Some of the concerns that staff had was that the stone borders may actually create a tripping hazard, again, due to the volume of people that come to see the cottages. The potential for someone to trip increases. That being said, the owners are, if the council approves the encroachment, the owners are required to maintain liability insurance for that very reason. The second concern staff had is just the lack of permeability. So the stone pathway up to the gate, as well as the additional asphalt in the right-of-way, really limits the amount of permeability in the right-of-way. Our design guidelines encourage a 4-foot wide decomposed granite path instead of hardscape in the right-of-way. And typically the amount of asphalt that has been maintained is more than what we would approve for a brand new project today. In speaking with the applicant, we did discuss how the asphalt provides some additional space for vehicles to pull out of the travel lane, because not only do pedestrians come visit, but a lot of people drive by in cars and stop to take photographs. So the additional asphalt does serve a purpose in that regard, in allowing vehicles to kind of pull out of the travel lane, take some photos, and then move on. Next slide. So staff's recommendation this evening is that the council consider the application. You have the option to provide findings in support of approving the encroachments, either in part or in full, or you can provide findings to deny the encroachment, again, in part or in full. Staff will return at a future meeting with the appropriate resolution. And again, the summary is the 3 encroachments are the stone border, the entry path, and the additional asphalt. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Marnie. Before I go to the applicant, are there any questions of Marnie? Council members? I don't see this.
Marnie, will you be able to tell us what some of the thoughts of the Planning Commission were when they asked for the removals of the encroachments?
So the Planning Commission's recommendation was that the encroachments be removed. The applicants did remove the landscape lighting that had been installed, but they do have the option to apply for this permit for the other encroachments, and so they are exercising that option.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and have the applicant present, representative of the applicant present. Brad, how long would you like for your presentation?
Well, it just got a little longer, unfortunately. What I started to come up here and say, I'm Brian Congleton representing Bobby and Mike Voris. I started to come up and say, like Henry VIII said to his wives, I won't keep you long. But unfortunately, the questions have arisen means I'm going to have to be a little longer than I intended to be.
How long would you like? I'm going to set the timer.
And I'm really sorry about that, but let me just try to go quickly through the items.
Like 5 minutes? I'm going to set the timer for you.
All right, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Give me
Save
5
a couple of minutes for rebuttal.
Let's see what we can do. Okay. First, the Planning Commission requested that we remove the stone border, and that's what the condition said. No mention was made of the asphalt, and no mention was made of the stone path in front of the gateway. So that's kind of a surprise to us to hear about that. And because it's a surprise, because that asphalt, my clients have owned the property for 30 years. The asphalt was there when they bought it. It was the city street. There was nothing there in front of the property but a little bit of dirt to the line that Marnie showed you and Brandon showed you. The rest of it was city street. In our plans to do the addition to the back of Gretel, we put in the plans to remove a fair portion of that asphalt, create 1 parallel parking space to replace 4 nose-in parking spaces, and make it much friendlier to the street. I mean, it was just asphalt pretty much up to the fence and then the property behind the fence. And you couldn't really see the property, which is a real disappointment because I don't know about you guys, but I have people that come up to me and they show me Hansel on their cell phones and they say, where can we find this property? On the Saturday before Labor Day, 145 people came to the front gate to look at Hansel and Gretel. So it's regularly visited. And when you look at the videos, and Voris can show you the videos, those people come right up to the pathway that's defined by the stone borders, and they look at the gate and they look in. I mean, it's unfortunate they can't see the front door from the street, which is what everyone comes to see, but they at least get to see the side of the building. So having the landscaping there defines where they come up to the gate and what they see, and it softens the relation of the property to the street. And I would add, if you actually consider requiring that they remove that asphalt, that's been a city street probably since city streets are first paved. So you're going to find 6 inches of base rock under the asphalt, and there's going to be a considerable expense converting that to basically dirt and bringing it back up to the level where people won't have a tripping hazard when they walk off the edge of the street. So I wanted to come up and tell you very positive things about what we want to do and how nice the stone defines the landscape area, and it keeps the water in, and it keeps the people out, and it's visible to see, unlike like an asphalt berm that would be put around there. But that's what we want, is to have it fit into the village character, and to have the many people that come visit be able to visit without stomping on the landscaping, and to introduce the planting areas and to keep them there. So our quest to you is to allow the stone curbs to stay, definitely to allow the asphalt to stay. Nobody mentioned that I knew of before the past couple of days when this came out. I didn't realize that anyone was considering. If it were a new project and we were asking to put it in, I can understand you're saying don't do it. But it's been there forever, so taking it out is going to be a horrendous expense, and I don't think it's going to be a gain over and above cars being able to pull out there to take a picture, people walking up there. And so I would ask you, please, to look at this very valuable historic resource in town that a lot of people visit when they come here, and grant this encroachment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
I have 31 seconds left.
Good
Mayor.
work. Good work. Well done. Okay, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item, or another representative of the applicant?
Yes, myself. Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
I'm Bobby Voris. I own Hansel and Gretel, and we've owned it for about 32 years now. And what Brian said about the asphalt is 100% correct. It was always asphalt out in front of the houses. 3 or 4 cars would park nose in against our fence. And tourists and locals couldn't even get up to the fence to take their pictures. And now, with the way the whole thing is situated, I've seen a change in the way people take their pictures. They used to always try to come up to the little Hansel gate and get a picture of Hansel from the side. Now, with the new driveway there, it's amazing. Most people go up the driveway to take their pictures, which surprises me. We also put an arbor over the Hansel gate when we were doing our addition, and I could see people struggling trying to get Hansel in the frame because the arbor was in the way. So Mike and I took that down so that people actually could come up and take their pictures and enjoy the place as much as we do. Not only did we have 150 plus people on the Saturday before Labor Day, last weekend we had 120 people on the weekend. And this is not a holiday weekend. It's not in tourist season or anything. Those houses are beloved by the world. And I think that what we've done out there not only helps with drainage, but I also think it helps with the attractability. I see so many more people now, they don't even come up to the Hansel gate. They stand out beyond the flower bed and they're taking a picture, a video of the whole vista now. So people love those places. We love them, and I think what we've done is a big improvement. We're happy to pay for insurance, and we just love to have this approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Flores. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Hi, I'm David O'Neill, and I have the wonderful privilege of volunteering with the police department. And there's 2 questions we're asked. Where's the bathroom and where's Hansel and Gretel? And so there's so many people. It is going to see it. It is a wonderful resource for the community. Making a few exceptions for them is, I think, is very valuable. And that what they've done is really beautiful, and they have restored the houses beautifully. They are so respectful of the community, and this is a small ask, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Nobody on Zoom, I don't think. I want to bring it back to council for direction. Council members.
Did I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Well, All right.
The little bit of our stone path that protrudes onto the street is because of me and this. Gravel is difficult to walk through with a cane, and I just want to say that.
Thank you. Broke with protocol, but it's okay. All right, so let's bring it back to council deliberation. I'm going to say, for me, I think that the improvements are fine. I really do. I think that when you look at the conditions of here that we'd be looking for, one of the things is that stone border resembles the Carmel stone and complements the stone patio and pathways to the property, as well as the stone foundation and chimney on the hansel. So I think that's good. And I think as far as the pavement goes, it's obviously it's been there for quite a while. I don't have a problem with it.
I agree with you, Mayor. I think it definitely fits the character. It fits the houses. It is a familiar Carmel stone, and the way it's done is very tasteful. And it certainly is more attractive than if it was an asphalt berm. It does look like a lot of asphalt, but now that I hear the story that it's been there for a while, I don't think it would be fair to make them rip it out and put a DG path. So I am fine with granting the encroachment.
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the encroachment in full and give the reasoning. Do I need to explain the reasoning or just leave it at that? Okay.
You're pretty clear, and then we just condition it on the, Mrs. Voorhees said, the insurance requirements, all the standard requirements for.
Second. Under discussion.
Now, under discussion, I'd just like to say that my concern is tripping, because I think that is especially in the dark, and you have a lot of people from the hotel next door. The other concern was, you mentioned that 4 cars used to park there, and now 1 can park there. Now, I see the validity that it's a beautiful house, it's a wonderful restoration, I think you've done lovely things there, but in a town that gets all upset about parking places, and it is across from a hotel, that is a concern, that 4 parking places are now 1 parking place, which is a bit of an inconvenience for people who want to park near that area. But it is a lovely restoration. I definitely hope that you remove that fake grass. I understand that's going to happen. Good, because that is not okay. And every time the city council is asked to grant appeals, we create more appeals. And I really don't like that, because we have a planning commission for a reason, and we have guidelines for a reason, and we have requirements in the public right-of-way for a reason. And every time we lessen those by granting appeals, we make those less enforceable.
This is an appeal. This is not here
This
as
isn't
an appeal.
an appeal, is it?
No, it's not here as an
It's
appeal.
an application.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's rather an appeal in a way, because the planning commission asked for it to be removed. So now they're asking us to overturn the planning commission's request for approval. That's what I meant. And I don't think that's what the city council is supposed to be doing. That's what our planning commission is supposed to be doing. But
Jeff?
Yeah, given the historicity of the house and all the work that's been done, I'm inclined to grant the permit.
Call a question.
Mr. Mayor, could I just add one question? Because Councilmember Dramoff did ask if she needed to add anything else. We would ask because, as Marnie said, we'll come back to you at the next city council meeting with the resolution. So I do have up on the screen here, as we talked about before, the findings for approving encroachments.
$100,000.
And just, we need some language to put in a resolution for you when we come back. Marnie did provide some options in her presentation. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with this. That if you were inclined to approve it, some of the things you could say. So let me, or that could be fine. So here you go. So you've got need and safety.
Well, the safety thing, they've agreed to provide the insurance, correct?
Right. Yep.
It's also that the encroachment provides a safer environment.
Safer environment, need. So we heard you say that there's there's a need for this for people to get off of the street. I just want to go through these because it's important to include these in the resolution. Yeah, drainage, it's not gonna, there's already a drainage way there. circulation and parking.
The mayor offered character, council member.
Yep, and I think,
Grandma.
I think you also did address the circulation and the parking, that it gets people out of the
Improvements
roadway.
Support increased vehicular and pedestrian
Yep.
traffic in these areas.
Great, public use and enjoyment, I think you spoke to that a
Right.
little bit, about the people that come to visit Hansel and Gretel, to be able to enjoy them. And again, you don't have to make all these findings as you determined last time, but compatibility here, you have another one.
Maybe it's easier to say, is there anything you disagree with, council member?
I think it fits just about all of them.
Okay, we'll write it up.
Okay.
And protection for the landscape
Okay.
and everything.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it fits
Thank
them
you.
all.
Follow question.
So could I ask for just one clarification? So did I get from your comments, Mr. Swanson, that your perception is, based on the council discussion is, and your comments just now, that you would draft a resolution based on these comments and submit it to the mayor for signature? Oh, you will bring it back next month?
For
Okay.
adoption,
Okay, with that clarification, I'm calling the question.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Drama?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Reluctantly, yes, but
Mayor-
I do like the house.
Mayor Potter?
Aye,
Motion carries 4-001.
our work is done. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.